The 3,000 worlds was boundless, and there were countless cultivators living in it. Although Lu Shui had wandered for over 100 years and she could be considered an experienced person, she couldn't possibly recognize a person that had nothing to do with her. As for Guiziyan, he was just a second-order open heaven realm master, and his experience and knowledge were rather limited. "Sir, I reckon that man is in the fifth-order open heaven realm," Lu Shui said in a grim voice. Although the middle-aged man never released any aura, which made it impossible for anyone to tell his exact cultivation, Lu Shui still felt pressured in his presence. She was in the fourth-order open heaven realm, thus any person who could make her feel pressured must be at least in the fifth-order open heaven realm. Solemnly, Yang Kai nodded his head. Facing a fifth-order open heaven realm master, Lu Shui and Guiziyan would be powerless. If that person really had some ill intentions, things would be troublesome. However, that was just their most conservative estimate. If that man was in the sixth-order open heaven realm, things would become even more thorny. "I don't think he'll harm us, but we can't lower our guard." After giving it a thought, Yang Kai secretly spoke to Lu Shui and Guiziyan. Then they nodded and left the place. Half a month later, Lu Shui retrieved her windmill artifact, but they were not in a rush to continue their journey. Only 2 months later did they leave the inn and set off. A few days later, a gigantic territory gate came into their sight. The windmill shot into it and disappeared. An incense stick after Yang Kai and the others passed through the territory gate. A ray of light suddenly shot forward from afar and landed in front of the swirling portal before a figure revealed himself. He was none other than the stern-looking middle-aged man Yang Kai had come across in the Universe Temple. Staring at the territory gate, he muttered, "Have they entered it? Humph! They'll not shake me off so easily." Upon finishing his words, he plunged into the territory gate as his world force turned into a layer of defense, which helped him resist the pressure coming from the void. There was a risk associated with passing through a territory gate. Normally, only cultivators in the mid-rank open heaven realm could move through one without needing any external protection. For people below the mid-rank, if they didn't have some kind of special artifact or secret technique to assist them, they would be crushed inside by the horrible pressure. Despite the fact that the man was in the fifth-order open heaven realm, he still felt his soul shaking and was a little dizzy when moving through the territory gate. Nevertheless, he had experienced this countless times, so he wasn't flustered. In order not to alert anyone, he didn't use an artifact as that would be far more conspicuous. Soon, as the world around him spun around, he found that he had arrived at a different great territory. Before he even stabilized himself, though, he felt a piercing sword light coming at him from the side. Horrified, the middle-aged man immediately realized that he had been ambushed, and the person making a move was just as powerful as he was. But just who would ambush him in such a place? There was no time for him to further ponder on it as he hurriedly flew backwards. However, the sword light relentlessly pursued him. Usually, given his heritage, he could easily ward off such an attack. After all, he was fairly strong. Nevertheless, he had just passed through a territory gate which shook his soul and small universe slightly, temporarily reducing his strength by about 30%. Then the sword light directly broke through his layer of protection and slashed across his body. His clothes fell apart and his blood spurted out of his wound. There was a forearm-length cut on his chest now that was bone-deep. At that moment, he was reeling from the shock. If he hadn't flown backwards and stalled for time to use a defensive secret technique, the sword light would have critically injured him. With that said, he was still feeling awful at this moment. He could feel sword intent penetrating his wound, so he had to divert some of his energy and focus to suppress it to prevent his wound from worsening. Right then, another figure came at him from the side. With a shield engraved with a dragon pattern, he crashed into the unsuspecting middle-aged man, who lost his balance and was swept away by the immense force. At the same time, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Just then, he saw a sword light flashing through his eyes as countless sword shadows engulfed him. Every one of them seemed intent on killing him on the spot. It was at this moment that the middle-aged man finally collected himself. With a great roar, he raised his hand and summoned an artifact that looked like a shovel. Upon surging his world force, he wielded the shovel and shattered the sword lights. In the end, he was still a fifth-order open heaven realm master who had remained in this realm for quite some time. He was slightly injured due to the ambush, but after pulling himself together, he was able to display his powerful heritage. The attacker with the dragon-patterned shield dashed towards him as he raised the shield and brought it down. The middle-aged man bellowed, "How dare a third-order insect dare act so impudent in front of this king?" Although he couldn't make out the people ambushing him, as his divine sense permeated the surroundings, he could sense that the people fighting against him were respectively in the Fifth Order and the Third Order Open Heaven Realm. Naturally, he was wary of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master as he was in the same realm, but he couldn't believe that a mere Third Order Open Heaven Realm cultivator had the guts to fight him, which infuriated him. Then he extended his hand into the void and grabbed an artifact that looked like a whip. The sound of a weltering river was heard coming from the whip as pure water element power erupted. This artifact seemed to have been refined from a real river. He wielded the whip and lashed the huge shield. The loud clanging sound suggested that the shield was unable to withstand the attack and cracks started appearing on its face. On the other hand, the shield's owner was sent flying away like a sack. His figure kept spinning around in the void as he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. It was extremely difficult for a Third Order Open Heaven Realm Master to withstand the blow of a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and if it weren't because the shield was an excellent defensive artifact, he would have been killed after that one strike. Although he wasn't at risk of losing his life at the moment, his small universe was trembling violently from the impact, making it impossible for him to keep fighting. Nevertheless, his sacrifice wasn't in vain. It had allowed the shattered sword lights to condense again and slash across the middle-aged man countless times. As blood spurted out of his wounds, he was horrified. A single mistake at the outset of the battle had forced him into an almost impossible position. The ambush outside the territory gate made him lose the initiative and put him at a complete disadvantage. Who are these people ambushing me? Blood slid down his forehead and blurred his vision as he looked around and soon saw a person gazing at him in silence from a nearby place. His pupils contracted as he exclaimed, "It's you." That person was none other than Yang Kai. Presently, Yang Kai was standing there with a dispassionate expression. His lips curled up as he sneered, "This king has been waiting for you." Seeing as the other person directly called out his name, the middle-aged man was furious and roared, "How did you find out this king's background?" Yang Kai scoffed, "It's not like no one in the Universe Temple knows who you are. I just had to ask around to find out your identity." After they returned from the accessories shop on that day, he told Lu Shui and Guiziyan to ask around. Both of them were seasoned people, so it wasn't difficult for them to secretly gather some information. Upon learning the truth, Yang Kai was astounded, for the person who wanted to treat him to a meal was He Heavenly Monarch. He had never met or heard of He Heavenly Monarch before, but the name He made him put his guard up. If Yang Kai wasn't mistaken, he might have some grudges with He, and the origin of this dispute was Fong Tai, who was taken to Fire Spirit Land with Yang Kai in Seven Wonders Land in the past. Fong Tai was a worker in Fire Spirit Land, and just like Yang Kai, was coerced into joining Seven Wonders Land by Duan Hai. He claimed that he was from Black River World, and he possessed a faith token left behind by his ancestors. After leaping out of his universe world, Fong Tai arrived in the 3000 worlds. Naturally, he wanted to use his faith token to look for his seniors and seek their protection. Unfortunately, he was brought to Seven Wonders Land and became little more than a slave. Apparently, Duan Hai was also aware of He Heavenly Monarch's existence and knew if word got out that he had made his junior a slave, he would not let him off. To save himself from any potential trouble, Duan Hai set up Fong Tai by letting him flee from Seven Wonders Land, then branding him a traitor and having Yang Kai hunt him down. Yang Kai still remembered that he was accompanied by two low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters at that time. They found Fong Tai and Yang Kai fought him one-on-one, eventually killing him with his spear. It was also during that time when Yang Kai came across Su Huang, which led to the turmoil in Seven Wonders Land. Su Huang was a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and when Yang Kai was killing Fong Tai, he was observing the battle in the dark and realized that something was off. At that time, he told Yang Kai that there was a restriction in Fong Tai's body that would mark whoever killed him with a brand. Unless Yang Kai could ascend to the Open Heaven Realm, he would never be able to get rid of this brand. The biggest use of the brand was to point out the murderer, and if Yang Kai bumped into the brand's owner, the latter would immediately notice it. For the longest time, Xianxia had never cared about this. After all, the outer universe was vast, so it was unlikely that he would chance upon the brand's owner. However, it just so happened that he came into contact with that person. Upon hearing the title Hey, He Heavenly Monarch, Xianxia immediately realized what was going on. Feng Tai was from Black River World, and this Hey He was probably the one who had left a brand in Feng Tai's body. In that case, the fact that Xianxia had killed Feng Tai must have been exposed. Hey He made it look like he happened to have his eyes on the same accessory as Xianxia, but in fact, he deliberately approached the latter to find out the extent of his strength. Upon that realization, Xianxia became vigilant. Initially, he intended to leave the Universe Temple after half a month and continued his journey. But in the end, he stayed there for an additional 2 months because he had to make preparations. His preparation yielded excellent results as the ambush resulted in He being seriously injured. Unlike how calm and collected Xianxia was, presently, He was both furious and shocked. He was furious because he regarded himself as an intelligent person, so he had never expected that he would be set up by this brat. On the other hand, he was shocked because the auras of the 2 open heaven realm masters with this boy were vastly different from what he had sensed previously. When he met this trio earlier, he secretly inspected the cultivation of the 2 open heaven realm masters. The woman was in the 4th order while the man was in the 2nd order at that time. As for Xianxia, he was just an Emperor Realm Junior, so he paid him no regard at all. However, after trading moves with these people, he realized that he was very wrong. The man was in the 3rd order instead of 2nd order, but that didn't really matter. The crux of the problem was that the sword-wielding woman was in the 5th order. He Heavenly Monarch was only a 5th order open heaven realm master, and the woman was just as powerful as he was, so he instantly found himself at a disadvantage after being successfully ambushed. He now knew that Xianxia was a wicked and cunning man who told his subordinates to conceal their auras to deceive him. That realization made him so furious that he was about to spit blood. He thought that Lu Shui and Guo Ziyan had used some secret technique to restrict their auras, but reality was far different from what he had imagined. 2 months ago, Lu Shui was really in the 4th order open heaven realm, while Guo Ziyan was just in the 2nd order. The reason they could go through such a transformation in such a short period of time was that they had consumed world fruits. The information regarding he gathered by Lu Shui and Guo Ziyan made Xianxia have a headache. 5th order and 4th order were just 1 order apart, but the gap in power was akin to the difference between the heavens and earth. There was no way Lu Shui was able to defeat He as she was. It wasn't like Xianxia could hide inside the Universe Temple forever. In order to solve this problem, he had to let Lu Shui ascend to the next order. However, it was extremely difficult for an open heaven realm master to achieve a breakthrough. It would normally take centuries of accumulation and cultivation to ascend even 1 order. Xianxia couldn't possibly wait for such a long time. Fortunately, he had some world fruits in possession. He possessed 3 mid-rank world fruits. Before leaving Voidland, he had given one of them to Yu He, so he was left with 2. Now, his life was hanging by a thread, so he had no choice but to let Lu Shui consume one. Guo Ziyan was given a low-rank world fruit. They were held up in the Universe Temple for 2 more months because Lu Shui and Guo Ziyan had to refine the world fruits. The world fruits indeed lived up to their reputation. With the help of these amazing fruits, both of them managed to ascend to the next order, which allowed them to gain the upper hand in this battle. However, even though Lu Shui had ascended to the 5th order open heaven realm, she still might not be a match for He in a one-on-one fight. After all, she had only just broken through, so her foundation wasn't stable. She needed a long time of accumulation before she could properly use her strength. On the other hand, He was a veteran 5th order open heaven realm master. Be it the heritage of his small universe or his control of his world force, Lu Shui wasn't comparable to him. Even though they were in the same order, there was a conspicuous gap between their powers. With that said, Lu Shui had the capital to fight against him, so following the ambush, she managed to take a decisive advantage. The battle went on in the void. Lu Shui wielded her weapon as sword light engulfed her opponent. She was doing her best to maintain the advantage she had gained with difficulty, and she wouldn't dare to be complacent. On the other hand, Guo Ziyan immediately returned to the battlefield after he was sent flying away. In a battle between 2 5th order open heaven realm masters, He, a newly promoted third-order Open Heaven Realm Master, would not be of much use. Even so, he would still be able to distract Hei's attention, though the price he had to pay was that he would be struck with a heavy blow every time. After all, he had a deeper heritage. As the battle went on, he slowly composed himself and soon found a glimmer of hope. During his fight with Lu Shui, he realized that she wasn't as powerful as she appeared to be. This woman, who was also in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, was clearly weaker than he was. If he went all out, he would be able to defeat her. However, he feigned ignorance of this reality as he growled and continued retreating, as though he was really no match for her. On the other hand, Lu Shui was relentless. The power of the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm mesmerized her, as one of her long-held dreams had finally come true, which strengthened her belief that she was right to have chosen to stay in Void Land. If she had left on her own, she would have had to cultivate for several hundred more years before she could ascend to the Fifth Order. Now, she had been granted a precious world fruit that not only allowed her to raise her order directly, but also increased her growth limit. In the past, her limit would have been the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, which was still within the mid-rank Open Heaven realm, but now, her limit was the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. It never crossed her mind that she would one day have a chance to experience the wonders of the high-rank Open Heaven realm. This made her feel eternally grateful, which was why she was doing her best to ensure Xianxia's safety. As her world force undulated and streamed into the cold water long sword in her hand, the sword light expanded, and rays of sword chi crisscrossed one another, making it extremely difficult for He to parry her attacks. In the midst of the intense battle, Lu Shui found an opening in He's defense and thrust her sword forward decisively. Swordlight could be seen glistening as Lu Shui had gone all out in this attack. If He, who was also in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, got struck by it, he would be severely wounded. Just as the sword was about to stab into him, though, he suddenly grinned and wielded his whip as his aura abruptly surged. In an instant, Lu Shui felt a horrifying force coming at her. Pressured by the world force, she felt as if she was unable to resist it. He was concealing his true power. Lu Shui was horrified. Instantly, her sword light shattered as He's whip struck her, drawing a grunt from her lips as her entire figure was shaken. The small universe in her body was trembling violently, and her world force became disordered. Looking up, she realized that He had thrown her off and was now headed straight towards Xianxia. I was tricked. Lu Shui clenched her teeth, knowing that she had been fooled. Apparently, he had the power to turn things around all along, but he had been concealing it just to make a move at the most critical moment. His target had always been Xianxia. It was apparent that Xianxia was the leader of this group, and while it wasn't easy for He to deal with Lu Shui, as long as he could capture Xianxia, the outcome of the battle would be decided. With Xianxia in his grasp, he could go or stay as he pleased. It had to be said that his plan was well thought out. Lu Shui was distracted by her newly obtained Fifth Order Open Heaven realm power, so she failed to notice this subtle deception, and it was already too late by the time she understood what was happening. While she was sent flying, Lu Shui grit her teeth as a crack appeared on her glabella. It was as if a third eye had opened on her forehead. Third Eye Sword. This was Lu Shui's trump card. She wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary because it consumed a tremendous amount of her energy. Now that Xianxia was facing a life-or-death crisis, though, a guilt-ridden Lu Shui had no other choice. A faint sword light shot out from her glabella. It wasn't dazzling or imposing, but despite the fact that it flew forward silently, it was filled with murderous intent. The sword light directly shot towards He's back. At the same time, Xianxia wore a terrified expression as he widened his eyes and staggered backwards while shouting, "Don't come near me. Otherwise, I won't go easy on you." Seeing as Xianxia still dared to threaten him, he guffawed, "Brat, since you had the guts to kill my descendant, I'll make life a living hell for you today." As he extended his hand, he sealed off the space around them. And even the void seemed to have been suppressed. This was the manifestation of the power of the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Certainly, he wasn't oblivious to the fact that the Third Eye Sword was coming at him from behind, but he had the confidence to capture Xianxia first before dodging the terrifying attack. Time seemed to have frozen. Lu Shui, who had unleashed her Third Eye Sword, turned pale and shot forward. She appeared to be on pins and needles. Guo ignored his own safety and roared before rushing forward with his shield. Although they were eager to save Yang Kai, they couldn't possibly be swifter than He, who had managed to throw both of them off with his little trick. Seeing as his opponent's hand was about to reach him, Yang Kai suddenly flashed a cunning smile at He and raised his hand to summon the gourd vine. Then, he wielded the vine and in an instant, yin, yang, and 5 element powers blended together, mutually strengthening one another, and the aura of world force spread around. Without hesitation, Yang Kai lashed He with the vine. 5th Order Open Heaven Realm? The grin on He's face froze, and his expression was transformed by shock, for he could feel a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm aura coming from the vine. He couldn't help having a doubt in his mind. Has this brat been pretending to be weak this whole time? He looks like an Emperor Realm brat, but he might actually be in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. The moment of shock and hesitation made him lose his only chance. The gourd vine shattered He's palm print and struck right at his head. A horrified He hurriedly withdrew his whip to parry the blow. As the vine and the whip clashed, an intense force spread around. On the gourd vine, the 7 small bottle gourds rolled away and fell into a deep sleep. On the other hand, Yang Kai sprayed out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away. Although he could activate the gourd vine's power, this thing could only shock the opponent but couldn't be used to fight against him. After all, the other party was a real 5th Order Open Heaven Realm master. After trading moves, Yang Kai immediately suffered serious injuries. He felt all his 5 viscera and 6 organs weltering in his body, and many of his bones had cracked. Nevertheless, it was enough. Although Yang Kai could only make 1 strike with the gourd vine, he had managed to ward off He and send him flying back. He's expression instantly turned hideous as he sprayed out a blood mist. This couldn't be helped. Lu Shue's 3rd eye sword struck right at his back and formed a cut that stretched from his shoulder to his waist, exposing his battered organs and drawing a copious amount of blood. If Yang Kai hadn't made such a surprising move, he could have captured him and dodged the 3rd eye sword. However, a moment of hesitation made him lose his chance, and he was subsequently struck by Lu Shue's attack without being able to defend himself. 3rd eye sword was Lu Shue's trump card, so it was expected to be horrendously powerful. Upon impact, He's aura deflated significantly. Cunning brat. This king swears to torture you to death one day. He bellowed before turning around and fleeing swiftly. He was severely injured, so he didn't dare to remain. The most important thing for him now was to look for a place to recuperate. Although he acted threateningly, he was determined to flee. That was because he knew that given the condition he was in, there was no way he could capture Yang Kai. Rather than wasting time here, he reckoned that he should escape now and make a comeback in the future. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't let him go. Seeing as he had turned into a ray of light, he immediately called out to Lu Shui quickly. Pursue him. Lu Shui obediently fished out her windmill artifact, whereupon the 3 of them dashed inside and chased after He. Inside the windmill, Lu Shui was still reeling from the shock. Earlier, Yang Kai almost fell into mortal danger because of her negligence. If it weren't because Yang Kai still had a trump card up his sleeve to save himself at the most critical moment, he would have been captured. Her guilt soon turned into fury as she ignored her injuries and spared no effort to hunt down their opponent. Moreover, He was heavily wounded, so the gap between the 2 parties was rapidly shortening. Take it slow. There's no rush. Yang Kai suddenly comforted her as he knew what was on Lu Shue's mind. Then, he and Guo sat down with their legs crossed and began swallowing pills to heal themselves. Although the 3 of them were injured during the battle, he was worse off. That was the result after Lu Shui ascended to the next order. In the past, if they faced a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm master like He, they would have been totally powerless to resist. Now, the situation was in Yang Kai's favor. He was on his own, so while he had to flee, he also had to heal his wounds. As long as Yang Kai could keep chasing after him, he would exhaust He and ensure that he couldn't recover from his injuries. Eventually, He would be forced into a corner. Apparently, He realized that as well, so he had been trying to shake them off. Nevertheless, he was severely injured, so how was he supposed to achieve that? The 2 parties went on to move across half of the Great Territory. While hunting him down, Lu Shui kept sending out horrifying sword waves at him. Due to the distance, she couldn't really harm him, but he also had to remain focused on dodging and defending himself, so he had no time to recuperate. Don't you cross the line. Do you think this king is unable to fight back? This king will perish together with you all at worst. Hey, he yelled at them in fury. Standing inside the windmill, Yang Kai scoffed and remained unfazed. Hey, his behavior suggested that he indeed didn't have a way out. Otherwise, a fifth-order open heaven realm master would have made such empty threats. A few days later, after the windmill arrived at a universe world, they realized that he was nowhere to be found. The three of them looked down at the universe world. This place was similar to the star boundary. There were countless such universe worlds in the 3,000 worlds, and the reason he had disappeared must be that he had snuck into this world. It had to be said that it was a wise choice. After he entered this universe world and concealed his aura, it would be like a water drop falling into the ocean. If they didn't have any special tracking technique, they could never locate him. Yang Kai and the others didn't have such a technique. Frowning, Yang Kai gave it a thought for a moment and made a decision: go down. If he couldn't kill he this time, there was bound to be more trouble in the future. If he tailed him secretly and found the star boundary, things would become thorny. Upon receiving his order, Lu Shui drove the windmill towards the universe world. Every universe world had an invisible world barrier. This barrier not only protected the cultivators in this world but also restricted them. Only when their strength reached a certain point could they break free of these restrictions and head to the outer universe. Conversely, if an outsider wanted to get in, they had to break through this world barrier. Of course, this kind of barrier was nothing to Lu Shui, as she could easily break through it. After the windmill was put away, the three of them looked around and realized that he was nowhere to be found. He must have found a place and hid himself. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had already expected this. If he was he would have done the same, so after a snort he shouted to the skies, "Where are the great emperors of this world? Present yourselves to me now." This world was similar to the star boundary, and its world principles were on the same level, so there must be great emperors here. As for the number of great emperors, it depended on the capacity of the world's bottle. While Yang Kai was entering this universe world earlier, he could clearly feel some divine senses inspecting him. Obviously, these divine senses belonged to the great emperors of this world. The great emperors in any universe world had obtained the world's will, which allowed them to borrow its world force. It could be said that the great emperors were still just emperor realm cultivators, and their personal power stayed within that realm, but in their own universe world they were able to display the power of the open heaven realm. After all, the fundamental difference between the emperor realm and open heaven realm was the ability to use world force. In the past, great demon god raised chaos in the star boundary. He was able to use the power of the open heaven realm. However, in the star boundary, Yang Kai and the other great emperors were still able to borrow world force and kill him. Usually, when the great emperors were in their own universe worlds, their strength would be equivalent to the low-rank open heaven realm if they went all out. Therefore, some great emperors were not willing to leave their universe worlds, for once they did that, they would lose the ability to utilize world force. However, there were some benefits to be gained if they chose to leave, which was a chance to comprehend the secrets of a higher martial Tao. It was entirely up to them to make that decision. If Yang Kai wanted to look for the best way to do so was to seek help from the great emperors in this world, as they must be aware of his whereabouts. Nevertheless, Yang Kai felt speechless at the fact that after he called out to them, no one replied. The great emperors in this world pretended that they hadn't heard him. Apparently, they wanted to stay out of this mess. Firstly, he barged into this world. Then Yang Kai and the others raced after him and arrived at this place. Anyone who wasn't blind could see that this was a fight between open heaven realm masters. So it was understandable that the great emperors of this world were not willing to interfere. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't give up, so after looking down for a moment, he nodded his head. This is such a peaceful place. The city here has many residents, and all of them are able to live and work harmoniously together. There are no conflicts at all. The great emperors of this world have managed it well. Following his gaze, Guiziyan and Lu Shui looked down and saw a city. However, they didn't understand why he commented on it. Destroy this city for me. Make sure no one is left alive. Yang Kai suddenly pointed at the city with a hideous expression. Guiziyan and Lu Shui turned to look at him, hardly able to conceal the shock behind their gazes. It had been quite some time since they started following Yang Kai, and they knew that he wasn't someone who was bloodthirsty or who killed the innocent for no reason. Could be said that he was a reasonable man, so why was he giving an order like he was a devil lord now? There were more than 1 million people in the city below them. These were over 1 million humans, not blades of grass. While Lu Shui was hesitant, Guo Ziyan cupped his fists and replied solemnly, "Yes." Then he hovered above the city and, ignoring his own injuries, surged his world force before raising his hand. At that instant, the sky turned dark as a gigantic palm took shape above the city. Following Guo Ziyan's movement, the huge palm slowly forced its way down. While Lu Shui's heart leaped to her throat, Yang Kai crossed his arms and sneered. In the city, countless people looked up at the sky in horror. The gigantic palm had shaded all light from them, and as it descended, the aura of death filled the air. The city fell into chaos as people were heard screaming and crying. Although Guo Ziyan was only in the third order open heaven realm, which was nothing in the 3,000 worlds, he could easily destroy such a city. Just as the palm was about to hit the city, someone was suddenly heard yelling, "Stop!" At the same time, world force was mobilized as it turned into a dense light and shot towards the enormous palm. Upon impact, the palm became damaged. Consequently, Guo Ziyan grunted and staggered backwards. The residents in the city had just escaped from death's door as they started shouting, "It's Senior Chi Hai! Senior Chi Hai has come to rescue us! Senior Chi Hai, you have to stand up for us! Senior Chi Hai!" All of them were cheering for the person called Chi Hai. Yang Kai snorted and turned to look in a particular direction, only to see an elderly man rapidly approaching him. As he was flying, he wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. This elderly man was apparently the Senior Chi Hai that these residents had called out. If possible, he wasn't willing to meddle in a fight between open heaven realm masters. However, Yang Kai had threatened to kill the million residents of the city. Therefore, he had to appear even though he wasn't willing to. After all, he was a great emperor who had obtained the world's will. If he just let these people perish, he would suffer a backlash from this world. Yang Kai was also a great emperor, so he was fully aware of this. Sometimes, a threat was more effective than persuasion. He didn't really intend to kill 1 million people, so even if Chi Hai didn't make a move in the end, Yang Kai would still tell Guo Ziyan to stop. After all, he wasn't really a devil lord. Although the way he did it was extreme, it had to be said that it yielded an excellent result. 1,000 Inspirations Worlds Chi Hai greets sirs and madam. The elderly man flew towards Yang Kai and cupped his fist. An arrogant Yang Kai was seen with evil chi surrounding his face, and his demon essence was so ample that it was as though he was really a wicked devil lord. Upon shooting him a glance, he sneered, "Why don't you keep hiding? This king thought you'd never show up." Chi Hai brushed away the cold sweat on his forehead and said apologetically, "This old master was cultivating in seclusion, so he wasn't aware of your arrival. Please forgive me for the mistake I've made. Since you know you've made a mistake, how do you want to die?" Yang Kai's murderous intent surged. "What?" Chi Hai was stunned. He didn't mean what he said, but Yang Kai had taken it seriously, which went to show that the latter was indeed a devil lord. Apprehensive, he pleaded, "Sir, please punish me." He was a great emperor, but he knew that even though they were in 1,000 Inspirations world, and he had the blessing of the world force, he was unable to go against these people. In a grim voice, Yang Kai continued, "This king should skin you alive, pull out all your tendons, and suck out your soul to serve as a warning. However, this king has more important matters to attend to, so as long as you are useful to me, I'll spare your pathetic life for now." Chi Hai felt bitter as he had realized Yang Kai's intention and spoke respectfully. "Sir, please state your orders." Yang Kai replied, "This king has been pursuing a great devil, but he has disappeared all of a sudden. He must have hidden himself here. As a great emperor of this world, you must be aware of anyone barging into this world. Point out his location for this king immediately. After dealing with this heinous man, you shall be rewarded." "Great devil? Are you talking about yourself?" Chi Hai mocked Yang Kai in his heart, but he wouldn't dare to say so out loud. Subserviently, he said, "Sir's trust in this old master's ability is flattering, but this old man is getting on in years and can't see clearly." Before he could finish his words, Yang Kai bellowed, "Guo Ziyan, destroy the city for me." No one is to be left alive. Yes, sir, Guiziyen grimly said. Wait a moment, Chi-Hai exclaimed. Yang Kai scoffed. What else do you want to say? Certainly, there was nothing else Chi-Hai could say. He truly didn't want to meddle in this fight. Be it Yang Kai or Hei, he and everyone else in this world couldn't afford to offend them. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was behaving like a true devil lord, so he had no other choice. He secretly stole a glance at Yang Kai's grim expression, attempting to speak calmly. Sir, you should know that Thousand Inspirations world is owned by Mirror Flowers Watermoonland. Everything in this world belongs to them. Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard that Mirror Flowers Watermoonland. He immediately recalled the face of a certain petite woman. Thousand Inspirations world was directly under Mirror Flowers Watermoonland. In other words, the Great Force was in this great territory, and it wasn't far away from this place. It was just like Three Brilliances world and Golden Sun continent, which were directly under Voidland. Presently, Voidland controlled over 10 universe worlds, with Three Brilliances world and Golden Sun continent being just 2 of them. The products and human resources from these universe worlds belonged to Voidland. With these universe worlds as their foundation, there would never be a lack of talented people to recruit from, and many of these universe worlds might even nurture some rare treasures. Certainly, Yang Kai was aware of Mirror Flowers Watermoonland. In the past, when he was trying to snatch the golden crow carcass on the Sun Star, he came across a 4th-order open heaven realm master from that great force. After giving it a thought, he shot a glance at Chi-Hai. Do you know Yuan Xiaoman? Hearing that, Chi-Hai became elated. Sir knows Senior Xiaoman? Yang Kai grinned. Of course I know her. However, even if Yuan Xiaoman was here, she wouldn't dare to disobey this king's order. Who do you think you were to go against me? Guiziyen. Destroy the city now. Yes. Stop. Stop. Chi-Hai was utterly flustered. The reason he mentioned Mirror Flowers Watermoonland was to make Yang Kai become wary of the great force behind him. However, it never crossed his mind that Yang Kai had no regard for the great force at all. Despite knowing that this world was directly under Mirror Flowers Watermoonland, he was still unafraid. What have we from Thousand Inspirations world done to deserve this calamity? Chi-Hai was incensed. He and everyone else in this world couldn't afford to offend such a big shot. I'll lead the way for you. I'll lead the way for you. Sir, please let us off. Chi-Hai was dejected as he secretly resigned himself. He didn't know the background of the Open Heaven Realm Master who had snuck into this place earlier. But if he couldn't appease the Devil Lord before his eyes, the 1,000,000 people in the city below would die. After weighing the pros and cons, Chi-Hai had no choice but to make this decision. He secretly decided that when this incident was over, he would head to Mirror Flowers Watermoonland and inform his superiors about it. You should have agreed from the beginning. Yang Kai snorted. Lead the way. Chi-Hai sighed and moved in a particular direction. Yang Kai summoned Guiziyen, whereupon the 3 of them followed the elderly man. Soon, they reached an ocean and were hovering above it. Looking down, they saw an island in front of them. Chi-Hai stopped moving forward and gave Yang Kai a hint with his eyes. Upon getting his hint, Yang Kai sneered, Is this the place? Good. The environment is quite picturesque. Then, he released his divine sense, but he couldn't detect Hei's aura. This couldn't be helped as He was a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, and there was a huge gap between their cultivations. Presently, He was hiding on this island, so without the great emperor of this world leading the way, they would never have been able to locate him. Scram if you don't want to die. Yang Kai waved his hand at Chi-Hai, who appeared horrified and ran for his life. Soon, he disappeared into the distance. To him, leading the way for Yang Kai to locate he was already the best he could do. There was no way he'd meddle in the fight between Open Heaven Realm Masters. Looking down, Yang Kai asked, Do you see anything? Guo Ziyan and Lu Shui shook their heads to mean that they discovered nothing. Yang Kai knew that there was no way Chi-Hai had lied to him. Since he had led them to this place, there shouldn't have been any mistake unless he was able to deceive the old man as well. Nevertheless, that wasn't likely to happen. As a great emperor, Chi-Hai had obtained part of the world's will so he could detect any movement happening in this world. The island was small, and it was basically deserted. So Yang Kai directly waved his hand and ordered, Flush him out. Guo Ziyan and Lu Shui immediately charged forward as they bombarded the island with their secret techniques. Soon, the island shattered and a faint aura suddenly appeared as a glint flashed across Lu Shui's eyes. Found him! Her sword slashed across the air, whereupon a radius of 10,000 kilometers of the ocean was immediately frozen. Following a loud boom, a figure broke through the ice and flew up into the sky. The person appeared battered, and his aura was unsteady. He was none other than He. Previously, he was injured by Lu Shui's third eye sword, and while he was fleeing, he was repeatedly attacked by her. Even though he was a fifth-order open heaven realm master, he was unable to continue like this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have snuck into this world to recuperate. However, not long after that, his abouts were exposed. Both shocked and infuriated, he snarled, "Brat, don't do too far. We might meet again in the future and there is no blood feud between us. So why are you so determined to ruthlessly kill me?" Yang Kai snickered. "You are the one who found fault with me first, but now you're saying such nonsense? Aren't you ashamed at all?" Certainly, he wasn't ashamed. If he had known that Yang Kai had a fifth-order open heaven realm master by his side, he wouldn't have acted recklessly. He was certain that Yang Kai had killed his junior, but the dead couldn't be resurrected, and it was unwise to challenge a fellow fifth-order open heaven realm master for a dead junior. Since he was able to ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm, there was no way he was an impetuous person. Instead, he was adept at examining the situation he was in and making logical decisions. If Lu Shui had revealed her fifth-order open heaven realm aura earlier, he would have pretended that he hadn't seen Yang Kai. Nevertheless, it was too late to regret it now. After he was forced to appear, Lu Shui and Guo Ziyan pounced on him as they joined forces and relentlessly attacked. Guo Ziyan was just a third-order open heaven realm master, so it was difficult for him to deal with a fifth-order open heaven realm master. Nonetheless, he was in a terrible state, so Guo Ziyan just had to distract him from the side. Most of the pressure was borne by Lu Shui, so he wasn't in danger. Things were going south for He. He appeared dejected, and he had a feeling that he might lose his life here on this day. It wasn't that he didn't want to flee, but he was unable to do so. At that moment, he was both resentful and regretful as he bellowed, "What you want? Tell me and I'll do it for you." Yang Kai sneered without saying a word, seemingly determined to end his life. He felt his heart sinking. Due to Yang Kai's behavior, he made up his mind to perish together with them. Despite the fact that he might exhaust himself, he still expended a lot of energy to activate his secret techniques to fight back. Guo Ziyan was quickly defeated as he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Earlier, he was holding back his power as he believed he had a chance to survive, so Guo Ziyan was still able to meddle in the battle. Now that he no longer cared about his own life and was acting recklessly, Guo Ziyan could not join the battlefield again. Left with no choice, he wandered around the perimeter and sent out some weak secret techniques at his opponent. Following a loud boom, a depression with a diameter of several hundred kilometers appeared on the ocean. The water that had been there evaporated in an instant and a buzzing sound reverberated around the world. Countless void cracks appeared and flitted about like a big school of fish. With two fifth-order open heaven realm masters fighting against one another, this world was unable to withstand the impact. Fortunately, the great emperors had been secretly observing this battle and continuously mobilized the world force to dampen the fallout of the battle. Otherwise, all the lives in the ocean would have been destroyed by now. In fact, he had yielded some results by going all out. It had only been a short time since Lu Shui ascended to the fifth-order open heaven realm, so she didn't have enough time to consolidate and solidify her foundation. Previously, the reason she could injure He with her third eye sword was that Yang Kai had caught him off guard by using the gourd vine. Furthermore, it was extremely energy-consuming to use the third eye sword, so she was unable to use it again after such a short period of time. Soon, she fell into a disadvantage in this fight as her tender body was sent flying away like a sack. While in mid-air, she sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and her aura withered. An opening! Seeing that, he turned around and shot into the sky without hesitation. Guo Ziyan wanted to stop him, but he was sent flying away by his whip. Yang Kai pushed his space principles and appeared in front of Lu Shui before supporting her weight. Lu Shui coughed out some blood and said through clenched teeth, "Sir, I can still fight." Yang Kai nodded lightly and comforted, "Don't worry, he can't escape us." Then, he extended his hand into the void and pulled out a bunch of grapes. As soon as the bunch of grapes appeared, it grew hands and stood akimbo as he guffawing, "Uncle Pooh has come. Soon." He realized that something was off though and glared at Yang Kai. "Brat, what are you trying to do?" "I'll fight you." He attempted to scratch Yang Kai with his short hands as though he was determined to kill him. However, Yang Kai had already picked a grape from his head and stuffed him back inside the small sealed world. Then, he directly stuffed the grape into Lu Shui's mouth. "Eat it." Without hesitation, Lu Shui gulped it down, and the next instant, her originally listless gaze radiated a powerful glow. In the primordial land, Yang Kai had obtained 3 divine medicines, and they respectively had amazing uses. First, the profound, multicolored illusionary mushroom was able to make people hallucinate, so it was truly extraordinary. He also had the gourd vine. The 7 small bottle gourds could nurture 5th order yin, yang, and 5 elements powers. With the help of the gourd vine, he could also make a strike that was equivalent to the might of a 3rd order open heaven realm master. Last but not least, even though Pu Bai Xiong wasn't able to fight, he was a divine medicine with grapes that had astonishing healing properties. Yang Kai had consumed 2 of his grapes before, so he was aware of their potency. The medicinal efficacies exploded in Lu Shui's stomach as her physique and meridians were filled with the surging vitality. In an instant, half of Lu Shui's injuries were healed, and she no longer appeared as listless as before. "Many thanks, sir," Lu Shui said gratefully. "Pursue him, but don't kill him," Yang Kai ordered. After a nod, she turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared into the sky. Then Yang Kai approached Guo Ziyan and checked on him. Fortunately, he was fine as he had only exhausted himself. Even though he had some injuries, they were not severe. A moment later, both of them also dashed into the sky. After the 3 of them were gone, figures started appearing above the ocean, which was still in chaos. With Qi Hai as the leader, there were 9 people in total. They were the great emperors of this world. Gazing at the chaotic battlefield as well as the weltering ocean and broken world principles, these great emperors sported solemn expressions as they were still reeling from the shock. They had done nothing wrong, but calamity still befell them. However, since it was a battle between open heaven realm masters, there was nothing they could do. Fortunately, the battle only lasted for a short time, so their world hadn't been severely damaged. "There's something here." One of the great emperors discovered something a moment later and extended his hand to grab a space ring. After scanning it with his divine sense, he became rooted to the spot. Seeing that, the other great emperors quickly asked him what it was, and upon learning the truth, all of them became ecstatic. This couldn't be helped, as the space ring contained some 50,000 open heaven pills. This was a massive amount of wealth for any emperor realm cultivator. It was impossible for such a ring to appear here for no reason. Someone must have left it on purpose. After pondering on it for a moment, Qi Hai suddenly burst into laughter. That boy wasn't a devil lord. He was bluffing the whole time. Apparently, the ring was left behind by Yang Kai as a form of compensation for this world. If he were really a wicked devil lord, he would have just left and ignored the people in this world cursing his name. As a great emperor of this world, Qi Hai wasn't a fool, so he immediately figured out what was going on after giving it a thought. However, this was still a serious matter that had to be reported to the great force behind them. Therefore, the 9 great emperors shared the open heaven pills first before holding a discussion. Then, Qi Hai and another female great emperor headed to Mirror Flower's Water Moon Land to report what had happened in Thousand Inspirations world. While Qi Hai and the female great emperor were setting off somewhere in the void, Heihe Heavenly Monarch appeared dejected as his aura had withered. His body was covered with wounds, and his clothes were soaked in blood. His brow twitched as he was rooted to the spot. In a nearby place across from him, Lu Shui was staring fixedly at him, but didn't seize the chance to kill him. He was fully aware that given the condition he was in, he was no better than a dry oil lamp. If the woman in front of him wanted to end his life, he would be powerless to resist. However, even though his opponent wasn't making a move, her aura had already locked onto him. He believed that once he made any move, he would be attacked. When that happened, he wouldn't be able to hold her off, so he didn't dare to move a muscle. What's going on? He could not understand. Previously, in Thousand Inspirations world, he had gone all out and severely injured this woman, so supposedly she shouldn't have much energy left, but the truth was far from it. The woman wasn't in as terrible a state as he had imagined, rather, she was even now recovering rapidly. He wasn't sure what precious pill she had consumed or what forbidden technique she had used. He only knew that despite the fact that he had gone all out in this battle, he had still lost in the end. While they were locked in a confrontation, Yang Kai and Guizi Yen finally reached them. Seeing the situation before him, Yang Kai wasn't surprised one bit. He was already on his last legs while Lu Shui had consumed a divine medicine's grape and then raced after him. There was no way he could fend her off. If it weren't because Yang Kai had told Lu Shui not to kill him, he would have become a corpse by now. Seeing Yang Kai, he sported a conflicted expression. Since he detected the aura of the restriction he had planted back at the Universe Temple, he had been plotting to avenge his junior's death. It wasn't that he treasured the junior, as he just planted the restriction on a whim in the past. Nevertheless, his junior had been killed, so he would lose face if he couldn't retaliate against the murderer. He also didn't have any regard for Yang Kai and his companions, believing that he could kill the three of them easily. It never crossed his mind that this mistake would cost him his life. Forcing a smile, he said to Yang Kai, "Little brother, grudges should be resolved, not formed. I'm willing to pay a price to make peace with you and will swear an oath to not find fault with you again." He had no choice but to admit defeat. He wasn't willing to be so obsequious, but his life was at risk, so he preferred a temporary embarrassment to a permanent death. Seeing his behavior, Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. If he were unyielding, things would have been troublesome. He had suffered a big loss this time, so Yang Kai was determined to gain something back. "What price can you pay?" Yang Kai looked nonchalantly at him. Hearing that, he relaxed slightly. He was worried that Yang Kai would directly order Lu Shui to end his life. In that case, he could never survive. As long as Yang Kai was willing to discuss terms, it was to his favor. Although he was heartbroken, he still hurriedly fished out something from his space ring and held it in his palm. "Little brother, what do you think about this?" The item glistened with a golden glow and radiated a fifth-order metal element power. Yang Kai took one glance at it and lost interest as he scoffed. "Trash? Tea trash?" He choked. This was a fifth-order material which was worth 1.5 million open heaven pills. He had obtained it with great difficulty a long time ago, so how could it possibly be trash? Is he trying to raise the price? He secretly clenched his teeth and fished out more resources, almost emptying out his entire fortune. Nevertheless, in Yang Kai's eyes, these things were nothing more than rubbish. His face twitched as he had fished out all his most precious items. But Yang Kai wasn't moved one bit, wondering, is he really going to ruthlessly kill me? Suppressing his anger, he asked, "Little brother, what do you want? Please name your price." With his lips curving into a smile, Yang Kai sized he up and said, "I only have one request. If you agree to it, I'll let you off. If you dare to say no, you'll die today." He turned pale and cupped his fists. "Please speak plainly. As long as this is able to, he won't turn you down." At that instant, Yang Kai became enthusiastic as he summoned an ancient-looking book that was made from animal skin. Upon opening it, he said, "It's simple. Just leave your name and aura here. This is..." Upon seeing the words on the cover, he exclaimed, "Loyalty list? You have the loyalty list?" It was a well-known fact that this book belonged to Loyalty Demon in the past, but why was it in this brat's hands now? It was said that the loyalty list had been destroyed along with Loyalty Demon. What was the relationship between this boy and Loyalty Demon? "Oh." Yang Kai looked smilingly at him. "You know the loyalty list? Things will be much simpler then. You want to enslave this He was infuriated. In order to survive, he was willing to pay a steep price, but that didn't mean that he was willing to surrender his freedom. As a fifth-order open heaven realm master, he could never tolerate being bossed around by a mere Emperor Realm Jr. Yang Kai's face sank as his murderous intent surged. What's wrong? Are you not willing to? In that case, you can die. Lu Shui lifted her sword as her weapon held. A horrified he hurriedly raised his hand as his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Wait a moment. I have no time to waste on you. You have 10 breaths to think about it. Live or die, it's your choice. Yang Kai snorted and hinted at Lu Shui. As her world force undulated, Lu Shui stepped forward and pointed her sword at He. Internally struggling, He felt cold sweat drip down his face. As a fifth-order open heaven realm master, he had always been aloof, so he wasn't willing to be enslaved. However, as his life was at risk now, he didn't have the right to say no. Sensing Lu Shui's murderous intent, he knew that Yang Kai wasn't pulling his leg. If he refused, his life would end. Should he agree to it just like that? It was simply too embarrassing. 10 breaths later, Yang Kai sported a cold expression. What an obstinate man. Kill him. Just as Lu Shui was about to make a move, he hung his head low and shouted through gritted teeth. I'll do it. Little brother, please let me off. He wasn't an unyielding person, otherwise he wouldn't have backed down so quickly just now. In order to survive, he didn't mind leaving his name and aura on the loyalty list. In any case, he could try to get rid of that restriction in the future as long as he survived. Yang Kai grinned. You've definitely made a wise choice. Then, he had he leave his name and aura on the loyalty list. During the process, Lu Shui remained vigilant as she stared fixedly at him. As long as he dared to make any rash movement, she would immediately end his life. Soon, Hei's name appeared on the second page of the loyalty list, and Yang Kai could clearly feel that a connection had been established between He and the book. The loyalty list was an amazing artifact which could be used without the need to refine it. The book was made from Xianxia's flesh and essence. Xianxia was one of the divine spirits and was born able to judge right from wrong, malicious from benign. The book made from his physique had this effect as well. The book had many benefits, but there was also a downside. Since Yang Kai was unable to refine it, it meant that he could never fully control the book. In other words, if someone snatched the loyalty list, they could determine the life or death of the people whose names were recorded in it. Initially, there was only one name on the loyalty list, which was Chun Tianfei. Now, Hei's name filled the second page. The entire book consisted of only 9 pages. In other words, the owner of the book could only enslave 9 people. Yang Kai had practically traded a page for a fifth-order open heaven realm master to be his subordinate. This deal was worth it. However, it had also cost Yang Kai 2 extraordinarily precious world fruits. In order to allow Lu Shui to have the power to fight against he had let her consume a mid-rank world fruit while he had also given Guizi Yen a low-rank world fruit, which allowed him to ascend to the third-order open heaven realm. Yang Kai only had 3 mid-rank world fruits in total, and previously he had given one to Yuhi. Now he had let Lu Shui consume another one, so he only had one left. He was fully aware of the situation he was in. Since he had left his name on the loyalty list, he was powerless to resist, therefore he changed his attitude and took the initiative to give Yang Kai the items he had fished out earlier as a form of apology. Instead of rejecting him, Yang Kai accepted the things with a smile. These items weren't worth anything in his eyes now, but he needed a lot of resources to build the 9 heavenly layers in Voidland, so he would never refuse free resources. Then, Lu Shui summoned her windmill, whereupon the 4 of them boarded and flew off while recuperating. He was severely injured, and it would take him at least a year to fully recover. That was because when Lu Shui was battling against him, she was unable to hold back at all, and her third-eye sword almost ended his life on the spot. Even though she could help him scatter the residual sword intent, it was hard for him to heal his wounds. As such, Yang Kai directly pulled Pu Bai Xiong out of the small sealed world, but instead of picking one of the grapes on his head, Yang Kai simply let him stay by Hei's side to help treat his wounds. Pu Bai Xiong was a divine medicine whose primary purpose was healing, with the grapes on his head being supreme tonics for treating wounds. However, even without using one of the grapes, Pu Bai Xiong could still transfer a significant amount of vitality and medicinal essence, which was useful for healing wounds. Seeing this human form divine healing medicine, he was absolutely astonished. It was then he understood that Yang Kai had the right to say that his treasures were trash. Compared to this divine medicine, even his entire life's fortune really wasn't worthy of mention. For months later, the windmill stopped in front of a huge territory gate, which was seen with dark lights swirling around it even from a long distance. Inside the windmill, Xianxia was gazing at the territory gate. Despite his calm expression, he was nervous deep inside. He wasn't sure about the exact location of the star boundary. Since he bought the universe chart, he had been trying to look for it and had identified 3 possible locations. Before coming across Heihe, he had searched around a great territory, but he discovered nothing. 2 months after he made Heihe his subordinate, they entered the second possible great territory. Unfortunately, they still couldn't find the star boundary. The great territory behind this territory gate would be the last one. If they still couldn't find the star boundary in this great territory, Xianxia wouldn't know where to go next. The 3 possible locations were not narrowed down by Xianxia using his gut feelings. There was some rationale behind it. Over the years, other than great demon god Emoshang and Heaven's Order, no open heaven realm masters had visited the star boundary. In other words, the star boundary was located in an extremely remote place, and the resources in that great territory must be poor, which was why it couldn't attract the attention of open heaven realm masters. If not, just like Golden Sun Continent and Thousand Inspirations World, the star boundary would have been ruled over by some great force. In fact, if it weren't because great demon god invaded the star boundary, and Zhang Ruoxi inherited her ancestors' will, Xianxia would never have found out about the open heaven realm. With this judgment in mind, he could narrow down the possibilities. The 3 possible locations he had found didn't have any great forces in them. There were only some universe worlds with somewhat weak vitality as well as a lack of resources. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the star boundary in the previous 2 great territories, and he wondered if he could achieve his goal after passing through the territory gate in front of him. If he still couldn't find the star boundary, he would have no choice but to look for Zhang Ruoxi. She had inherited Heaven's Order's will and memories. Although it wasn't complete, she might be aware of the star boundary's location. After pulling himself together, Xianxia spoke up, "Let's go." Upon receiving the order, Lu Shui drove the windmill into the territory gate. Despite the fact that they had the protection of this flight-type artifact, they still felt dizzy inside the windmill. Nevertheless, they were fine, and a moment later, the windmill passed through the territory gate and entered a different great territory. Xianxia immediately released his divine sense, but soon his heart sank. That was because he didn't sense anything. He was the Void Great Emperor who had obtained part of the star boundary's will. As long as the star boundary wasn't too far away, he should be able to detect it. Now, the star boundary was either not in this great territory or was too far away from him. Xianxia secretly prayed that it was the latter as he told Lu Shui to continue forward to search around this great territory. A few days later, Xianxia suddenly detected something and turned to look in a particular direction. Grinning from ear to ear, he ordered, "Over there." "That way." Lu Shui immediately turned the artifact around and moved in the direction he pointed. "Hey," he chuckled on the side. "Congratulations, sir. Your dream has finally come true. Your effort has been worth it." After 4 months of recuperation, he had fully recovered. It wasn't supposed to be so swift, but with the help of Pu Bai Xiong, it took him a much shorter time to heal his wounds. Although he wasn't sure what Xianxia had been looking for, he had a feeling that the latter was trying to get to some place. Seeing as Xianxia appeared elated, it was apparent that he had found it. After such a long time, Heihe had gradually gotten used to his place and stopped complaining. Having come into contact with Xianxia for quite some time, he realized that he was never oppressed or abused, so he decided to put down his pride as a 5th-order open heaven realm master and accept his fate. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia was over the moon as he couldn't stop laughing. Then, he patted the other man's shoulder. "Congratulations to you too." He rubbed his nose and felt speechless, thinking that there was nothing worth celebrating about this situation for him. Lu Shui drove the windmill forward at a greater speed, and 1 day later, a universe world in the distance that looked like a half-moon came into their sight. Xianxia looked at it and let out a long breath. Just like any traveler returning to his homeland, he felt both anxious and hopeful. The universe world that looked like a half-moon was none other than the star boundary. From another direction, Xianxia could feel a faint connection with another place. That was the new demon realm that his embodiment was in charge of. In the past, Xianxia's sealed world bead had gained a second form he had named Gungun and swallowed all the continents in the original demon realm. After those continents merged within the sealed world bead, the third region was formed. After the war between the two universe worlds, the star boundary had suffered an immense loss, while the demon realm was almost wiped out. Nevertheless, there were still many demons in the third region. Xianxia extracted the core of the small sealed world out of Gungun and turned it back into the sealed world bead. The remaining area became the new demon realm, and for reasons that were beyond their control, the embodiment had to stay in the new demon realm. The two top masters, Bailey Mo and Chang Tian, were also living there. However, it wasn't the time to go over as Xianxia had to return to the star boundary first. As the gap shortened, the outline of the star boundary became clearer. There came a moment when Lu Shui became horrified as she said, "Sir, there's something over there. A gigantic thing seems to be in the periphery of the universe world." Hey, he discovered that as well, so he directed some power to his eyes to enhance his vision and soon exclaimed, "That's a giant spirit god." Upon finishing his words, he gasped. The gigantic mountain was actually a giant spirit god. Hey, he was an experienced fifth-order open heaven realm master, but it was the first time he had ever seen a giant spirit god with his own eyes. In the past, he had only heard about them. That was a giant spirit god, one of the most powerful entities in the entire 3,000 worlds. He had heard that the giant spirit god clan members were all innocent and benevolent, and as long as they were not provoked, they wouldn't harm anyone. However, he was still terrified to have come across one in such a place. Feeling a crawling sensation on her scalp, Lu Shui turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia said, "Don't worry. He's an old acquaintance of mine." Guizi Yen widened his eyes in disbelief. On the other hand, he was staring fixedly at Xianxia as though he was trying to find out if the latter was trying to make a cheap joke at their expense. There was a solemn expression on Xianxia's face, however, as the fact that Ada was still around suggested that the star boundary was in a perilous situation. It had to be noted that giant spirit god clan members had a special talent. Although they were amiable, they fed on dead universe worlds. In this expansive outer universe, as long as a universe world was in its final moments, they would detect its special aura and hurry over. Then, they would patiently wait for the universe world to perish before swallowing it. If the situation in the star boundary had improved, Ada would have left. However, presently, he still remained in this place. While the rest of them were horrified, the windmill still rapidly approached the giant spirit god. Soon, someone was heard yelling, "Who goes there? This is the star boundary. Stop now, otherwise I will be forced to take action." Hearing the voice, Xianxia chuckled before lowering his tone and saying, "You're quite arrogant, little girl. What will you do if I don't stop?" Feeling speechless, the other open heaven realm masters in the windmill gazed at Xianxia suspiciously. The other party fell silent for a moment before she said through clenched teeth, "Little bastard, you're finally back." Apparently, she recognized Xianxia's voice. Xianxia laughed and dashed out of the windmill. Looking up, he saw a slender figure with a charming face standing in the void in front of him. Her beautiful eyes were just like a divine river that radiated an alluring glow. Presently, her eyes had reddened a little as she stared at Xianxia with clenched teeth. Xianxia spread his arms and shouted, "I'm back!" In an instant, she became ecstatic and crashed into his embrace. The woman in her arms felt incredibly soft, and Xianxia couldn't help taking in a deep breath to get a whiff of her familiar bodily fragrance. Then, he lowered his head and kissed her hair. "I'm back, Ru Meng. It's been too long." She was none other than Demon Saint Ru Meng. Ru Meng looked up with her elegant eyes, which appeared slightly moist. Although it had only been about 15 years since Xianxia left the star boundary, she felt as if 10 millennia had passed for her. Missing him was just one of the reasons, though. After Xianxia left, the other great emperors had to enter retreat to heal their injuries. In the whole of the star boundary, the only top master on par with a great emperor left was her, so it could be said that the life or death of the entire universe world hinged on her alone. It was an immense pressure to withstand. Furthermore, as time passed, things only became worse in the star boundary. Ru Meng was extremely worried that she might disappoint Xianxia and couldn't bear to see the star boundary falling apart right in front of her eyes, helpless to do anything about it. Fortunately, She could set her mind at ease now. With the burden lifted off her shoulders, she had the urge to cry. Yang Kai held her tighter and looked at the star boundary with a solemn expression. Presently, the entire star boundary was filled with death chi. Although he hadn't entered it yet, he could clearly feel that the world principles were still broken. It never crossed his mind that the problem facing the star boundary was so severe. Even though he had brought a world tree's root with him, he wasn't certain whether it could save the star boundary. In the worst-case scenario, if the world tree's root wasn't effective, he would take all the living creatures in the star boundary away with him. However, there was a problem if he were to do that. Voidland couldn't possibly accommodate so many people, and most cultivators in the star boundary were weak, so it was pointless to bring them to Voidland. Only by staying in the star boundary could they flourish and grow. While the pair embraced one another, Lu Shui and the others flew over. From close up, they finally understood why this giant spirit god was around. That was because he was attracted by a dying universe world, which proved that the legends about giant spirit gods were true. They traded glances and shook their heads. To them, there was no way this world could be saved. It was just a matter of time before it perished. Realizing that some people were approaching them, Yu Meng hurriedly struggled out of Yang Kai's embrace and asked curiously, They're my subordinates, Yang Kai explained. Lu Shui and the others hurriedly cupped their fists. Greetings, madam. Yu Meng was stunned. Despite the fact that she was a demon saint, she was unable to sense the true power of these three. All of them gave off a feeling that they were not inferior to great demon god in the past though. In fact, their strength even seemed to surpass his. At that time, great demon god nearly destroyed the star boundary on his own, and it took all the great emperors working together, risking their lives to finally stop him. However, powerful people like these three of them were actually Yang Kai's subordinates. What has my man gone through in the outside world over the years? She had many questions in her mind. Although Yu Meng was doubtful, she hadn't forgotten her manners as she smiled and nodded at the three of them. Many thanks for escorting this mistress husband all this time. Lu Shui and the others wouldn't dare to accept her gesture of gratitude, and at the same time, they secretly felt amazed. Although Yu Meng's cultivation was nothing in their eyes, it was truly difficult to find a woman as alluring as she was. They thought that Yang Kai was extremely lucky to have gotten together with her. After some small talk with Yu Meng, Yang Kai found out the reason she was here. She was going to feed Otto with some food. The great emperors of the star boundary were still recuperating, so she was the only one who was powerful enough to protect the universe world. On the other hand, Ada had been lingering in the periphery of the star boundary. Before Yang Kai left, he had come to an agreement with him, but Ada wasn't the brightest of fellows, so he might forget about the agreement and gobble up the star boundary at a moment's notice. In order to placate him, Yu Meng would send some food to him from time to time. His food was made by bustling world great emperors using dead stars from the lower star fields. They were similar world beads. After a nod, Yang Kai took Yu Meng's hand and dashed towards Ada. Compared to this humongous being, Yang Kai was like an ant standing in front of an elephant. In the past, even after he used his dragon transformation, he could slip into Ada's nostril and grab his nasal hairs, which went to show how colossal the giant spirit god was. Ada! Ada? Yang Kai passionately waved his hands and shouted. From a distance, Lu Shui and the others were apprehensive as they were worried that a puff of breath from the giant spirit god's nostrils could kill Yang Kai. Presently, Ada was chewing on his food as crunching sounds were coming from his mouth. Hearing Yang Kai's voice, he extended his neck and took a proper look before grinning. Little ant? It's you. Ada remembers you. Yang Kai chuckled. It seems that you're not too silly. Ada remembers you. Ada is hungry. Ada must eat. The giant spirit god leaned forward, which caused Yang Kai to be drenched in cold sweat in an instant, as though he had been pressured by the entire universe. He had experienced the wonders of the outer universe and even met some high-rank open heaven realm masters. However, when compared to this giant spirit god, even those high-rank open heaven realm masters seemed insignificant. The giant spirit gods indeed lived up to their name as the strongest species in the entire universe. Fortunately, there were not many of their clansmen and they were all somewhat half-witted, otherwise there wouldn't be any room for other species to survive. They were the testament of the saying that the heavens were fair in all things. While Ada was speaking, a deafening growl was heard coming from his stomach. causing Lu Shui and the others to turn pale in fright. Yang Kai hurriedly poked Yu Rumeng, who was beside him. Upon getting his hint, she tossed some chess pieces to him. Nom nom nom. Ada was pleased with his food. Yang Kai wouldn't dare to remain lest Ada demanded food from him again. Thus, he said to Lu Shui and the others, all of you stay here. The world principles of the star boundary were broken, so the universe world couldn't bear such immense powers. Lu Shui and the others were all open heaven realm masters, and if they rashly entered the star boundary, it might have some negative impact on the universe world. In order to be safe, Yang Kai decided to let them stay outside. Upon receiving the order, Lu Shui and the others nodded and watched as Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng rushed into the star boundary. After the pair left, the trio traded glances and secretly retreated until they were very far from their original spots. This couldn't be helped, as the giant spirit god gave off immense pressure. No one dared to remain near him. The star boundary was in a horrible state, and the world principles were a mess. Void cracks appeared randomly, and traces of the war that took place several dozen years ago still remained. The star boundary was slowly dying, and the great emperors were unable to reverse it. Due to the fact that the principles were a mess, the living conditions in the star boundary had also become terrible. Natural disasters happened frequently, which caused unimaginable losses to everyone in the star boundary. It was akin to a death by 1,000 cuts. In the Eastern Territory, a ship was moving forward at full speed on the ocean. Behind the ship, waves were seen surging as high as several thousand meters, darkening the entire sky. Although the cultivators on the ship were trying their best to resist, they were unable to compete with the forces of nature. People were heard screaming and wailing as hundreds of people on the ship were despondent. In the Southern Territory, mountains shook as great chasms appeared in the earth. Scorching magma spurted out of the chasms and destroyed towns and villages. Countless people lost their homes. With Azure Sun Temple as their leader, the great forces joined together to mitigate these disasters, but there was only so much they could do. The best they could do was to prevent more people from dying. In the Western Territory, a great sandstorm swept across the desert and engulfed everything in its path. On the edge of the desert, the new Lu family patriarch looked at the sandstorm in horror and muttered with a forlorn voice, "It's over. Everything is over." During the war between the two universe worlds, the Western Territory suffered the worst losses. That was because the traitor Night Shadow Great Emperor was from the Western Territory, and the Two Worlds Passage was originally established in this territory. It had been almost 70 years since the war ended, and the Lu family had made a name for itself as a rising star. The patriarch was a capable person, and over the years, he had led his family to thrive. However, faced with the horrifying sandstorm, any move appeared useless. They could only watch as the sandstorm struck and prayed that their grand array could resist the impact. However, the Lu family patriarch was fully aware that his family was unable to ward off the natural disaster. He wasn't even sure how many of them could survive after the sandstorm passed. In the Northern Territory, blizzards raged as the weather turned extremely chilly. On the once pristine lakes, ice sheets over a meter thick had formed and all the vitality froze over. However, compared to the other territories, the Northern Territory was still in a better state. That was because High Heaven Palace was located in this territory. Any disciple from High Heaven Palace who had some strength would naturally go out for life experience, and resisting natural disasters was the best training for them. In front of a certain city, a palace was hovering in midair. There were some glowing characters written above the doors of the palace, which read Flowing Time Temple. At the main entrance to this floating temple stood two figures, a man and a woman. The man's snow-white hair swayed with the wind, while the similarly colored cloak he was clad in flapped in the wind, giving him a brave and heroic look. On the other hand, the alluring woman had a slim figure. By just standing there, she looked like a hibiscus that was blooming. The two of them gazed at the approaching frozen tide with solemn expressions. Although they were fairly powerful now and they had the help of the Flowing Time Temple, they wouldn't dare to be careless when facing this immense force. That was because millions of people had pinned their hopes on them. "It's here," Yang Shui yelled. After a nod, Yang Xiao took a deep breath, and in the next instant, the two of them raised their hands and began forming a set of complex hand seals. Then they pushed out their palms as a howl reverberated around the world. Time flows on infinitely like a mighty stream, like an unending dream. The horrifying frozen tide seemed to have gotten stuck in an eerie manner, as if time had stopped running around it. Seeing that, the people in the city started cheering. Twin Masters, you're so powerful. Twin Masters, you've too wonderful. Twin Masters, many thanks for saving us. If not for you, it would have been the end of the world. Over the years, Xianxia and Xianxia had repeatedly taken action to ward off the natural disasters plaguing the Northern Territory and saved countless lives in the process. While the disasters had helped strengthen their powers, they had also earned the title the Twins of Time. However, the overwhelming praises didn't make them smile. Instead, the pair sported grim expressions. Xianxia said through clenched teeth, "Little ant, the frozen tide this time seems to be more ferocious than the previous one." Xianxia nodded. "Can you withstand it? Are you kidding me? Can I withstand it?" Xianxia replied arrogantly, "Little ant, if you can't take it anymore, just tell me right away. After all, you're a woman. As a man, Oh no." Xiangshue's expression changed slightly, and without hesitation, she summoned the infinite hourglass. The two of them joined forces and activated it, whereupon 10,008 grains of flowing time divine sand left the hourglass and shot into the frozen tide. In an instant, the power of the frozen tide visibly weakened. After the flowing time divine sand slowed the speed at which the time flowed, the frozen tide rapidly stalled out. Nevertheless, the frozen tide could not be stopped entirely. The pair gritted their teeth and surged their emperor chi to push back against the frozen tide. Just then, a voice was suddenly heard speaking in their minds, "Both of you have done a great job." They were stunned for a moment, and the next instant they saw an illusory hand appearing in the frozen tide all of a sudden. The hand gently brushed across the frozen tide, which they were unable to stop regardless of how hard they tried, and immediately made it subside. The turn of events was so abrupt that Xianxiao and Xianxue were rooted to the spot. Just a moment ago, the land before them was being devastated by the frozen tide. But now, it was calm and peaceful. That big hand was able to easily subside the frozen tide, as though it was just trying to smoothen a crease on a shirt. After they traded glances, Xianxue asked hesitantly, "Shower, did you hear anything?" Xianxiao remained startled for a long time before he jumped up and yelled, "Adoptive father is back." Without waiting for Xianxue to react, he hurriedly drove the flowing time temple towards High Heaven Palace, leaving behind millions of people who cheered gratefully to them. At the same time, the waves on the ocean in the Eastern Territory were suppressed, leaving the people on the ship reeling from shock. The earthquake that had been ongoing for a few months in the Southern Territory had finally stopped, and magma retreated into the depths of the earth. When Zishan and Gao Shueting traded glances as they were both puzzled, but the next instant, they detected something and became elated. Senior Void is back. In the Western Territory, the appalling sandstorm suddenly dissipated right before it struck the headquarters of the Liu family. Upon escaping from death's door, the Liu family patriarch fell on his bottom. All his clothes were soaked in sweat. Billions of lives in all 4 territories learned a piece of shocking news at the same time. Void Great Emperor had returned. After a short moment of silence, cheers erupted around the entire star boundary. Decades ago, during the Two Worlds Great War, Great Demon God raised chaos in the star boundary and almost managed to swallow it whole. It was Void Great Emperor's sect that remained the last pure land in the star boundary and had given everyone their last bit of hope. Void Great Emperor managed to turn the tide by killing Great Demon God with his spear, which saved the star boundary from destruction. After the epic war, the Great Emperors had to heal their wounds in seclusion while Void Great Emperor took the risk to leave the star boundary to look for a way to save it. Now he was back. Upon learning that Void Great Emperor had returned, cheers went up around all 4 territories. Living in this dying universe world, trillions were struggling to survive, so the return of Void Great Emperor had undoubtedly brought some new hope to them. In the deepest part of High Heaven Palace, Dragon Clan Great Elder Zhu Yen and Second Elder Fu Zhuan slowly opened their eyes. They were a married couple, and in the past, they were severely wounded during the fight against Great Demon God. Many years had passed, but they were still unable to recover despite the fact that they were Dragon Clan members. Over the years, they had been in seclusion trying to heal their wounds. Upon trading glances, they saw the joy behind each other's gazes. On Spirit Beast Island in the Eastern Territory, Martial Beast Great Emperor, Mo Huang, sported a gentle smile as he muttered, "He's finally back." Upon finishing his words, he rose from where he was sitting and waved his hand, whereupon the door, which had remained closed for decades, creaked open. Mo Xiaoqi was standing outside as she gazed at him with a look of pleasant surprise and called out, "Father, is Big Brother Yang back? I think I heard his voice." Mo Huang's face instantly fell as he bitterly replied, "Your father has been recuperating in seclusion for almost 70 years, but you don't even bother to ask how he is, and instead all you care about is your big brother Yang." Mo Xiaoqi's face reddened as she asked in embarrassment, "Father, how have you been?" Mo Huang sighed, "I won't die yet." Hearing this, Mo Xiaoqi rushed over, wrapped her arm around his, and pleaded, "Then, bring me to High Heaven Palace now." Mo Huang grunted. His injuries, which had finally stabilized, seemed to have been irritated again. He felt a burning sensation in his chest as he was completely incensed. "Surnamed Yang, this king cannot exist under the same sky as you." Upon realizing that her father was infuriated, Mo Xiaoqi hurriedly placated, "Father, please don't get me wrong. Perhaps Big Brother Yang has some wonderful pills that can treat your wounds. I'm just worried about you." Torn between tears and laughter, Mo Huang sighed, "All right, stop explaining. I have to go over and ask him what happened anyway." At that instant, Mo Xiaoqi became jubilant. Meanwhile, Serene Soul Great Emperor walked out of Serene Soul Palace. Outside the palace, Yao Si and the other top elders were already waiting for him. Seeing the Great Emperor, all of them saluted him respectfully. "Palace Master!" Yao Jun nodded and patted Yao Si's shoulder. "You've done well these past years." Although he had been cultivating in seclusion all this time, it didn't mean he was oblivious to what was happening outside. A calm and collected Yao Si replied, "It is my duty." He was the great emperor's son and had been pretty arrogant in the past. However, during the Two Worlds Great War, he was forced to become Yang Kai's adjutant and in the latter's stead basically organized and commanded the 61st Army. Leading such an army and fighting a dying war against the demon race helped him mature significantly as a person. Over the years, Yao Jun had been cultivating in seclusion, so Yao Si had been left in charge of Serene Soul Palace, and he had managed it well. Fewer losses had been incurred in the Eastern Territory thanks to Serene Soul Palaces and by extension Yao Si's efforts. "Void Great Emperor has returned. Come with me." "We'll see him now," Yu Jun said. Yao Si nodded and followed closely behind his father. Inside Heaven's Spying Valley, Heaven's Revelation's Great Emperor gazed at the three ancient, looking turtle shells in front of him and guffawed. "Great blessings have come. The star boundary will be revitalized." Such wonderful news. Gao Zhan was just standing behind him as he appeared pleasantly surprised. "Honored Master? You mean, Senior Void's return this time can solve the problems facing the star boundary?" He was born blind, but he was the best candidate to inherit the mantle of Heaven's Revelation's Great Emperor. Therefore, the Great Emperor took him on as a disciple when the latter was a young child and taught him divination. "It is all but certain." Chu Tianji chuckled and rose from the seat. "Let us head to High Heaven Palace now." Wondrous Pill Great Emperor left Medicine Pill Valley with some of his disciples while Iron Blood Great Emperor left Iron Blood Fort with Lin Yuner. There was also Bustling World Great Emperor who had been staying in Azure Sun Temple as well as Flower Shadow Great Emperor from Thousand Flowers Valley and Ice Feather Great Emperor from Heaven's Borderline. Almost simultaneously, the Great Emperors, who had been cultivating in seclusion for decades, left their residences and headed to High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. Besides them, Luan Feng, Fan Wu, and Song Go from the ancient wildlands in the Eastern Territory, Valley Master Bing Yun of Ice Heart Valley in the Northern Territory, Shang Yuzhu of Luo Sha Sect, and other top masters who were Yang Kai's acquaintances all began rushing over to High Heaven Palace. All the top cultivators from the 4 territories were headed to the same destination. "Welcome back, Palace Master." In High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, tens of thousands of disciples led by head manager Hua Qingxi and second manager Bian Yuqing cupped their fists and greeted Yang Kai. They fervently stared at the figure that was descending from the sky with gazes filled with admiration and respect. After sweeping a glance over them, Yang Kai saw Grand Master Ling Tai Su, ancestral founder Chu Ling Xiao, as well as all his other old acquaintances that came to this place with him from the Great Han Dynasty, Tong Shen Realm, and Shadowed Star. He also saw his parents, Meng Wuya and Xianing Chong. Little senior sister still had her face covered with a thin veil, but her tender body was trembling involuntarily, and her eyes that looked like stars were wet with tears. If it weren't because there were many people around, she would have pounced on Yang Kai right then and there. Shuiyu was standing beside her and had her lips pressed firmly together. Her eyes seemingly suggesting she felt a mixture of joy and anxiety. After nodding gently at the two of them, Yang Kai turned to look at the others and said with a smile, "How are you? It must have been difficult these past years." Yang Kai had examined the entire star boundary, so he knew that life had been difficult for all of them. Nevertheless, he was still gratified to see so many familiar faces at this moment. Hua Qingxi replied, "We're fine, Palace Master. Many thanks for your concern." Yang Kai nodded his head and shuffled towards his parents. Apologetically, he spoke, "Father, Mother, your son has not been filial and has constantly made you worry." Dong Shuzhu sniffled and tried to prevent her tears from sliding down her cheeks. With her lips pressed into a line, she spoke, "You're a man, so you're supposed to venture into the outside world and achieve great things in life. You don't need to worry about us." Yang Yingfeng nodded lightly. "If you can solve the crisis facing the star boundary, that will be the best you can do to repay us." Solemnly, Yang Kai nodded, "I'll do my best not to disappoint you." Then, he turned around and took the hands of little senior sister and Shuiyu before lovingly saying, "It must have been tough for you too." The two of them traded glances and shook their heads. "We're fine." However, their tears started streaming down their faces. Despite knowing that it was inappropriate for them to cry in this situation, they could hardly control their tears. Seeing that, Yu Rumeng walked over and comforted them. Then, Yang Kai saluted the two elders from the Dragon Clan and Tianyan. Tianyan was a great emperor from the Divine Ascension Mirror. During the Two Worlds War, he had made a significant contribution. In the past, he concealed his identity and infiltrated the core of the demon race before causing them immense losses at the most critical moment. After the war, he stayed in High Heaven Palace. However, due to the fact that the principles in the star boundary were broken, he was unable to become a great emperor again despite having the heritage of one. A moment later, the space array lit up and revealed three figures. Yang Kai turned around, only to see Bing Yun, Su Yan, and Ji Yao stepping into the grand hall. While Yang Kai was still greeting the three women, the space array flickered again, whereupon a loud voice was heard yelling, "Is adoptive father back?" The next instant, Yang Xiao dashed out and looked around. Upon seeing Yang Kai, he cheered and bolted towards him. Then he circled around him like a noisy monkey. "Smelly brat, stop being disrespectful." Unable to take it anymore, Zhu Yan pinched Yang Xiao's ear and yanked him away. Yang Xiao groaned and begged for mercy. On the other hand, Yang Shui stood in front of Yang Kai and called out in a clear voice, "Big brother." Yang Kai guffawed and patted her head. "We haven't met for a few years, but you've become even more beautiful." He doted on his little sister, but at the same time he felt some guilt towards her. Over the years, he had been swamped with his duties both in the star boundary and beyond it, so he was unable to repay his parents' favor for raising him, nor could he take care of his sister. Fortunately, Yang Shui was around to keep their parents company, which allowed Yang Kai to achieve great things without having to worry about his home. Hearing his words, Yang Shui sniffled and replied, "Big brother, you're such a sweet talker. No wonder you were able to trick so many pretty sisters into being your wives." Yang Kai burst into laughter. The space array glowed again as Martial Beast Great Emperor, Mo Shaoqi, and Fu Xian arrived. The next instant, Bustling World Great Emperor, Wen Zishan, and Gao Shueting appeared together. A moment later, Yao Jun and Yao Si came. Since the Great War, there had never been a day when the space array in High Heaven Palace had been activated so frequently. It was also the first time so many top masters had gathered together in this place. Wondrous Pill Great Emperor and his disciples were here, Flower Shadow Great Emperor and Li Shiqing were here, Heaven's Revelations Great Emperor and Gao Zhan were here, Ice Feather Great Emperor came, Iron Blood Great Emperor and Lin Yunu appeared. The three divine venerables of the ancient wild lands, Xianxia, Lu Yan, and Shanqing Luo showed themselves. Everyone was here. In the past, before Xianxia departed, he had left countless space arrays in the star boundary, which connected all four territories. Anyone could go wherever they wanted in the star boundary without restrictions now. The reason he had done so was in order to allow the great forces to support each other more easily. What he had done had benefited everyone up until now. It didn't take these top cultivators much time to arrive at High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, it would have been time wasting for them to travel all the way here from the different territories. Xianxia saluted the great emperors one by one. Despite his calm appearance, he was shocked inside. That was because he realized that the auras of the great emperors were even more unsteady than before. It was apparent that their injuries hadn't healed. It had been 70 years since the Great War, and after the war, Xianxia had cultivated in seclusion for 50 years to properly stabilize his Dao seal and condense his wood element power before leaving the star boundary. Initially, he thought that after such a long time, even if the great emperors hadn't fully recovered, their wounds should have stabilized at least. Nevertheless, upon seeing them, he realized that he was wrong. Instead of getting better, their injuries seemed to have worsened. Xianxia was puzzled by this, but he soon realized why the great emperors never made a move despite the fact that the star boundary was in a perilous situation. They were unable to do that as they were still injured. A small Xiao Xiao squeezed through the crowd and approached Xianxia. Upon reaching Xianxia's feet, he climbed up and sat himself on his shoulders before smirking in a silly manner. High Heaven Palace was bustling with noise as many top cultivators had gathered together. The head manager and second manager were swamped with work all of a sudden as they had to hold a grand banquet to welcome these guests. Soon, well over 100 people gathered together in the venue where the banquet was held. Ordinary people didn't have the right to attend as all of these 100+ people were the top masters from the four territories. Xianxia took a seat at the head of the hall as he was the star for today. The people seated below, including the great emperors, all listened to his interesting narration of the outer universe, provoking awe and desire in all of them. It wasn't until this moment that these top cultivators found out the wonders of this boundless outer universe, and that great emperors were just a special title, not a true realm of the martial Tao. Above the great emperors, there were the open heaven realm masters who split heaven and earth apart in their own bodies to form a small universe within themselves. There were countless universe worlds like the star boundary, and there were more than 1,000 great territories. There were many great forces in those great territories. The 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises were undoubtedly the most powerful among the great forces, and below them, there were innumerable second-class and third-class great forces. In this boundless universe, the star boundary was as insignificant as dust. It had been more than 10 years since Xianxia left, and he had grown tremendously. However, his road towards the open heaven realm was paved with difficulties. There was still a long way to go before he could achieve the Ascension. The banquet lasted for the entire night, and Xianxia went on to talk just as long. The top masters were flabbergasted and unable to calm themselves down for a long time. All of them appeared to be in a dazed state when they left. On the other hand, the great emperors stayed in High Heaven Palace. Inside a secret room, all the great emperors gathered together. Xing Yushu, Tianyan, and the two elders from the Dragon Clan also attended. Although the latter four were not great emperors in the star boundary, they had the heritage of great emperors, so they had the right to attend such a meeting. Hua Qingxi led the maidservants to serve them tea before leaving respectfully. After some small talk, Xianxia cut to the chase and asked solemnly, "Why are all of you in a worse state instead of getting better?" That was the biggest doubt in his mind. All the great emperors were powerful and they had been recuperating in seclusion, so supposedly their wounds should have healed at least somewhat. Even if 1 to 2 of them were unable to stop their wounds from worsening, it wasn't likely that the same thing happened to all the great emperors. All of them traded glances, then Duan Hongchun replied with a bitter smile. "It hasn't been a long time since you became a great emperor, and you left the star boundary not long after you obtained the world's will, so you might not be aware of it." Xianxia turned to look at him. After a sigh, Duan Hongchun went on to say, "We've obtained the world's will and become great emperors of the star boundary. Although we're able to use a power that far exceeds the Emperor realm, our fates have also been tied to this universe world. After the Great War, we were all injured and the world principles were broken. The star boundary is in a horrible state and at risk of disintegration at any moment. Mo Huang continued. If the world was on the mend, we would be able to make use of the world force to heal ourselves. However, the world force is almost exhausted, so none of us dare to use it. Although we've been recuperating in seclusion, all we can do is prevent our wounds from getting worse. Zhan Wuhen spoke up. The average person could make use of pills to heal themselves, but we can't do that. As long as this world doesn't improve, there won't be any hope for us to recover, unless we break free from the world's restrictions and head to the outer universe, like what you've done. It was then Yang Kai understood what had happened. Just like what Duan Hongchun had said, after the great emperors obtained the world's will, their fates were tied to this universe world. Since the star boundary was deteriorating, there was no way they could recover. Yang Kai already had incredible restorative powers to begin with, and he had a wood element power condensed from the immortal tree, so he didn't have such concerns, but it was a different case for the others. Regardless, we have to solve the problem facing the star boundary. Chu Tianji stared at Yang Kai. Void, since you've returned, does it mean that you've found a solution? All of them looked fervently at him with gazes filled with hope. Yang Kai nodded his head. Good, I found a way, but I can't guarantee that it will work. He had to plant the world tree's root first to find out whether it was effective at all. If that didn't work, he would have no choice but to take everyone away. No matter what, it's best to try first. It was then Yang Kai rose from his chair. I'll start right now, then. Hopefully, I'll bring back some good news. Hearing that, all of them were energized. Yang Kai closed his eyes and scanned the surroundings, then he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already atop a mountain. It wasn't certain how far away this mountain was from High Heaven Palace, but it was where the 4 territories intersected. This nameless mountain was extremely high and was completely barren. All Yang Kai could see was gravel and shale. Then, sending his consciousness into the small sealed world, Yang Kai carefully uprooted a certain sapling. The small sealed world shook a little. In the past, as soon as Yang Kai obtained the world tree's root, he directly threw it into the small sealed world. Later on, he took a look and realized that the root had become rooted in the ground and turned into a sapling as it madly absorbed the world energy in the small sealed world. Following its rapid growth, the principles in the small sealed world became more stable and complete. If Yang Kai hadn't discovered this, he wouldn't have associated the root with what Ada had mentioned in the past. That was how he thought about using it in the star boundary. Since he had decided to use it to restore the star boundary, Yang Kai wouldn't let it grow in the small sealed world. Therefore, he immediately sealed off the world energy, lest it be absorbed by the sapling. Therefore, it was still a sapling when he pulled it out. Yang Kai carefully dug a hole and planted this sapling before covering the hole with soil. After giving it a thought, he waved his hand, whereupon a bit of clean water was summoned from a faraway place and splashed on the sapling. Feeling nervous, he stared at the sapling and waited patiently. The survival of the star boundary depended on this little sapling. Although he appeared calm, he was anxious deep inside. To his dismay, the sapling remained unchanged. The green leaves swayed with the wind, but the sapling didn't grow rapidly like what he had imagined. Both shocked and doubtful, Yang Kai wondered what had gone wrong. In the past, after he threw the root into the small sealed world and did nothing else, it took root all on its own, transforming into this sapling. Now that he had nurtured it carefully, though, there were no changes at all. While he was pondering on it, Yang Kai suddenly heard a faint rustling sound. Before he could figure out what was going on, it turned into a rumbling as the entire mountain shook. At the same time, a horrifying suction was felt coming from the sapling as it madly absorbed the world energy around it. An elated Yang Kai hurriedly checked on it and realized that the roots of the sapling had penetrated deep into the ground and were madly expanding. In several breaths' time, they had expanded by more than 10 kilometers and they were still rapidly developing. The entire barren mountain kept shaking as the roots became exposed to the air. At the same time, the gravel cracked and fell apart. On the other hand, the sapling was now rapidly growing, which forced Yang Kai to keep moving backwards. An incense stick later, the sapling, which was only as tall as a human some time ago, had turned into a 300-meter tall tree. Like a great umbrella, The tree crown seemed to have covered the entire mountain peak. Nevertheless, it still hadn't stopped growing. The roots of the world tree were still continuously expanding, and the tree was still unstoppably growing taller. As the world tree developed and influenced its surroundings, Xianxia could see that a void crack that was several hundred kilometers away from this barren mountain slowly began to seal. Wherever the roots covered, the broken world principles solidified. It hadn't only become complete, but it had also improved significantly. Success. Back when Xianxia obtained the world tree's root, he speculated that this thing would be useful to the star boundary. It wasn't until this moment that he could prove it, though. With this world tree around, the problem facing the star boundary would be solved. Certainly, it wasn't the real world tree. Strictly speaking, it was just the world tree's clone, as the real 3000 worlds tree was still in the primordial land. Xianxia wondered if this clone would develop 3000 world fruits in the future. The thought of this made him feel excited. It would be incredible if his imagination was materialized. When the world tree had grown by another 100 meters, its growth visibly slowed down. Xianxia checked on it and realized that it hadn't reached its limit. It was just that there wasn't enough supply of energy. It required a lot of world energy for it to grow, but all the world energy in a radius of several thousand kilometers had been sucked dry, and it would take some time before the world energy from further away would flow over and replenish it. Upon that realization, Xianxia immediately fished out lots of source crystals from his space ring and hurled them away. Before the source crystals came into contact with the ground, they exploded and turned into pure world energy. It was then the world tree started growing rapidly again. Now, source crystals were no longer useful to Xianxia's cultivation, and he still had a lot of them which could be used in this place. In order to help the tree grow even faster, Xianxia activated his divine sense and sent the same message to many people. Just a moment later, Xianxia pointed at the front and caused a swirl in the void, whereupon Mo Huang stepped out of it. When he raised his head and saw a gigantic tree, nearly 500 meters tall in front of him, he was stunned. Is this the world tree? When Xianxia sent a message to everyone, he also informed them of the problem he was facing and what the world tree needed. So Mo Huang was already aware of it. Strictly speaking, it's something like the world tree's soul clone, Xianxia replied as he continuously scattered the source crystals around. Mo Huang became jubilant. This thing is indeed useful. The principles in this place are different from the other areas in the star boundary. They're more solid. Then, he also fished out a tremendous amount of source crystals from his space ring. The next moment, Chu Tianji stepped out of the swirl, and without saying a word, he spread his source crystals around. He was followed by Zhan Wuhen, Hua Linglong, Yao Jun, and so on. The great emperors had countless source crystals, and they didn't really need them for cultivation, so now they could put them to good use. With so many great emperors making a move together, the sight was magnificent. Innumerable source crystals turned into pure world energy, which was then absorbed by the world tree clone. Like a bottomless pit, it sucked in as much world energy as it was provided. Following that, Hua Qingxi also brought with her the reserve from High Heaven Palace, and upon receiving the order, when Zhishan and the leaders of the other great forces from all 4 territories stepped forward and respectively made contributions. The usually deserted mountain was now bustling with noise. Meanwhile, the world tree was still growing. The roots expanded in all directions in the ground and seemed like they would eventually cover the entire star boundary. Wherever the roots spread, the world principles would be repaired. The death qi, which had engulfed the star boundary for a long time, finally began to dissipate. A few days later, following a rumbling sound, Zhan Wuhen flew over from a distance and held something that looked like a great dragon in his hands. The thing's aura was intimidating and was actually an entire earth vein. It wasn't certain where Zhan Wuhen had extracted it from, but upon reaching the world tree, he directly hurled it forward. Instantly, the earth vein shattered apart and turned into surging world energy. Like a storm, it swept across the place and shook the ground. The storm lasted for only 10 breaths of time before it dissipated as the energy was completely absorbed by the world tree's soul clone. With the help of the earth vein, the tree had grown another few hundred meters taller. Meanwhile, Icefeather Great Emperor flew over with another earth vein, and Martial Beast Great Emperor was doing the same thing. With many earth veins being used, the tree was growing rapidly again. Initially, Xianxia watched the tree grow with a grin, but he soon realized that something was off. That was because the world tree's growth was simply unstoppable. Xu Tianji was extremely worried as well as he asked, "Void, is this world tree going to suck the entire star boundary dry?" Although the world tree's growth had solidified the star boundary as the broken principles had been visibly repaired, its consumption of world energy was horrifying. If this went on, all the world energy in the star boundary would be completely gone in a few years. By then, it would be pointless even if the world principles were stable. Without world energy, cultivators would be unable to cultivate. I don't think so. Xianxia was uncertain. If that was the case, he would have practically picked up a rock only to drop it on his own foot. The reason he planted the world tree's soul clone was to save the star boundary. If the universe world became barren because of that, it would be a huge loss for everyone. Presently, the tree was already 3,000 kilometers, and the originally barren mountain present in this place was gone as it had been shattered by the roots. Anyone would be able to see the outline of such a gigantic tree from a long distance. On the other hand, the roots had already expanded by a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers underground. The region covered by the roots was different from the other parts in the star boundary, as it was being transformed by a mysterious power. The broken principles were also being repaired and improved. Time went by quickly. 1 month later, the tree was already 10,000 kilometers in height. The humongous tree crown had covered an area of several thousand kilometers. Like a great guardian, the colossal tree sheltered this area of the world. It wasn't certain how far the roots had expanded, but they had probably covered 10% of the entire star boundary's landmass by now. After reaching this point, the growth of the world tree suddenly slowed down. Xianxia checked on it and realized that it wasn't that the world tree had stopped growing. It was just that they couldn't see it anymore. The tree was no longer growing taller or bigger, but the roots underground were still obstinately expanding towards other areas of the star boundary. At the same time, a mysterious power from the universe was drawn by the world tree and then absorbed by it. Through the leaves on the crown, it turned into very pure world energy. As a result, the world energy of the star boundary was being replenished. The power of the stars. Zhan Wuhen arched his brow. The great emperors had sensitive perception, so they were able to detect all the changes that occurred in the star boundary. The mysterious power was obviously the power of the stars that came from the outer universe. Seeing this, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, the star boundary was finally in a stable state, and he didn't have to worry that the world tree would suck the world energy in the star boundary dry. The tree would absorb the power of the stars to sustain its own growth now. When its roots were able to cover the entire star boundary one day, the world principles would be completely repaired, and there might be some unforeseeable benefits. The world energy that had been consumed by it would be replenished after it absorbed enough power of the stars. One day, the tree would be able to give back 10 times or even 100 times more world energy. By then, what kind of transformation would the star boundary go through? There was no doubt that the world tree was abstruse. An amazed Xianxia turned around and saw that the facial complexion of the great emperors had become better while their breathing had also stabilized. Since the star boundary had benefited greatly from the world tree, the great emperors, whose fates were closely tied to the universe world, would recover and possibly even strengthen further as well. Standing at the bottom of the world tree, more than 10 figures were silently observing it. Suddenly, Xianxia detected something and fished out the artifact he used to contact Lu Shui. Upon reading the message he received and became shocked for a moment before he understood what was going on. Then, he said to the other great emperors, "I'll be right back." The next instant, he disappeared from the spot. A moment later, he appeared in the periphery of the star boundary. Looking up, he saw a gigantic creature that was facing away from him and shuffling forward. The gigantic creature was none other than giant spirit god Ada. His movement wasn't swift and could even be said that he was extremely slow, but every step he took could stride across a vast distance. After just 2 to 3 steps, the huge figure became as small as a black dot in the distance. Lu Shui flew over and reported, "Sir, just now, the giant spirit god suddenly got up and left without saying anything." "Understood." Xianxia nodded. Ada was attracted to the star boundary due to its death aura. and he had stayed in the periphery for several dozen years, awaiting the universe world's death. However, the World Tree's soul clone that Xianxia had brought back had pulled the star boundary back from death's door. Ada must have detected something, which was why he decided to leave. Ada's departure suggested that the star boundary's future had been secured. If the universe world was still on the brink of death, he wouldn't have left. This was good news for them. Then Xianxia charged forward and reached Ada in a moment. Hovering in front of him, he called out, "Ada!" Ada looked down, and upon seeing that it was Xianxia, he reached out to let him stand on his palm without stopping in his tracks. With a grin, he said, "Ada is leaving. Where will you go?" Xianxia asked. Ada became startled for a moment before patting his belly. "Ada is hungry. Ada must look for food. Stay here. I'll give you food." After finishing his words, Xianxia tossed a world bead at him. As the giant spirit god munched on it, he shook his head. "It's not enough. Ada needs more food." At that, Xianxia was speechless. Initially, he wanted to make Ada stay. After all, with such a huge creature staying in the periphery, no one would dare to invade the star boundary. Ada had stayed in this place for several years, and even though he had consumed lots of world beads, they were nothing more than snacks to him. The food he wanted was a real universe world. However, Xianxia was unable to give him that. "Will we meet again?" Xianxia shouted. Ada just smiled like a fool. After a sigh, Xianxia yelled, "Open your mouth." Ada's mouth was wide open, as though he was able to swallow an entire star. Several dozen world beads were tossed into his mouth and disappeared. "Nom, nom, nom," Ada appeared pleased. Meanwhile, Xianxia had already leaped away from his palm. Hovering in the void, he watched him leave, and soon, Ada disappeared from his sight. He wasn't certain whether they would ever meet again. Those from the giant spirit god clan were benevolent, but they wouldn't stay in the same place forever. For all their lives, they were continuously pursuing dying universe worlds. Their special talent allowed them to detect the aura of a dying world, and years before that happened, they would go over and wait patiently. The outer universe was boundless, so after they parted ways, it was practically impossible for them to meet again. When Xianxia returned to the base of the World Tree, the great emperors were still standing there. Mo Huang took a glance at him and asked, "What are your future plans?" Now that the crisis facing the star boundary had been resolved, the burden that had bogged down everyone for decades had also been lifted. Since they no longer had to worry about the star boundary's survival, it was time they thought about the future. After giving it a thought, Xianxia replied, "I was about to talk about it with all of you. I've snatched a spirit province in the outer universe and renamed it Voidland. It's in the midst of being revitalized, so I need a lot of people to help me. So, I want all of you to come with me to help build Voidland together. Besides that, I want all the cultivators in the star boundary who have reached the Third Order Emperor realm and above to come with me, as long as they're willing to follow me." Third Order Emperor realm masters already had the right to head to the outer universe. However, they were unable to cross the void easily if they were on their own. For those who were below the Third Order Emperor realm, Xianxia wouldn't mind bringing them with him as long as they wanted to come. He needed a lot of people to help him build Voidland, and even though many outsiders had come over to help, they were not as reliable as his own people. Furthermore, if Voidland wanted to grow stronger, it needed fresh blood. Hearing that, Mo Huang said, "We had no idea that there was still something bigger ahead of us. Now that we've found out about it, we naturally want to experience it. But if all of us are gone, who will protect the star boundary? What happens if some powerful enemies come to invade this place?" "I'll stay," Zhan Wuhen grimly declared. Duan Hongqing grinned, "I'll also stay." Seeing as the other great emperors were about to say something, Xianxia hurriedly raised his hand to stop them. "Please don't worry. I already have a plan for the star boundary. To be honest with you, I didn't come back alone. I've brought 3 subordinates who are all Open Heaven Realm Masters, so I'll just ask one of them to stay here and protect the star boundary. Moreover, the great territory that the star boundary is in is pretty barren and remote, with only a few universe worlds around, so usually no one will come here." He had spent quite some effort before he could find the star boundary. No Open Heaven Realm Masters would come all the way here to make a fuss, as this place didn't have anything attractive to them. That was the reason there had never been any records regarding the Open Heaven Realm in the star boundary. The great emperors traded glances and nodded. Since Xianxia already had a plan in mind, they no longer had to worry about anything. Soon, a piece of news was spread across the entire world. Void Great Emperor intended to bring all the Third Order Emperor Realm Masters to the outer universe. Those who were willing to go should gather together in High Heaven Palace. Others were also welcome, but for those who were below the Third Order Emperor Realm, they had to go to High Heaven Palace to register first before a selection process would occur. Initially, there were many Third Order Emperor Realm Masters in the Star Boundary, but many of them had lost their lives during the Two Worlds Great War. Now, there were only a few dozen people in that realm in total. There was no room for growth in the Star Boundary for these people, so they had to be brought to Voidland. However, there were countless people below the Third Order Emperor Realm, and it was impossible to bring all of them to Voidland, so a screening had to be done. Before the Two Worlds Great War, no one was aware of the outer universe. After the war, Xianxia left the Star Boundary, and it was then people became aware that there was more outside their own world and that there were stronger masters out there as well. Several dozen years had passed, and Void Great Emperor had returned. Not only had he solved the crisis facing the Star Boundary, but he also intended to bring many cultivators to explore the outer universe. The news sent a shock wave across the world as countless cultivators began scrambling to get a place for themselves. From the cities and great forces in all 4 territories, innumerable cultivators arrived at Ice Snow City, which was just outside of High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, through the Space Array Network. Some disciples from High Heaven Palace were stationed there to take down names, backgrounds, cultivation, and special skills. During that period of time, Ice Snow City became crammed with people. In the Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple on Myriad Saints Peak, the Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple, Xianxia, who was clad in purple robes as he placed his hands behind his back as he stood on the edge of a cliff, watching the clouds. Myriad Saints Peak was the main peak of Azure Sun Temple as well as Xianxia's residence. Xianxia was quietly staring at the movements of the clouds while Gao Shueting, who looked like a noble lady, stood beside him. When the sun was rising, the clouds were dyed with a golden glow, which enhanced the beauty of the scenery. Just then, footsteps were heard coming from behind. The next moment, 3 people were heard calling out at the same time, "Greetings, Temple Master, Elder Gao." Xianxia turned around and gazed at the 3 of them. Then, he smiled and nodded. "You're here." The trio standing in front of him were the most talented among the next generation in Azure Sun Temple, Xiaxia, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao Xiao. In the past, they were already the brightest disciples in the sect, and now they had grown to be fairly powerful elders. All of them were in the Second Order Emperor realm. Xiaxia cupped his fists and asked, "Temple Master, why did you summon us?" Compared to decades ago, Xiaxia was now a calmer man. In the past, he was pretty willful, but after the Great War, he had matured tremendously. "I have a piece of good news." Xianxia sported an amiable smile. Xiaxia replied, "Temple Master, please enlighten us." Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao were also looking doubtfully at him, wondering what kind of good news the Temple Master was talking about. Xiaxia went on to say, "The thing is, all of you are in the Second Order Emperor realm, and there is rarely anyone stronger than you in the Star Boundary. Hence, I think it's time for you 3 to go through an even harder trial and take on a more difficult task." Hearing that, the 3 of them turned solemn. "I'll choose one person from the 3 of you to inherit the position of Temple Master. However, all of you have your respective virtues, so it's difficult for this king to make a decision. I'll need to give it a thought." When Xiaxia and the others heard that, they traded glances before a hesitant Murong Xiao Xiao asked, "Temple Master, are you saying that you'll pass on your position?" "Good." Xiaxia nodded his head. With a frown, Murong Xiao Xiao said, "But Temple Master, even though we're all in the Emperor realm, we're still young and inexperienced. So, how are we going to inherit the position of Temple Master? Even if one of us is willing to take on that position, no one will obey us." Smiling, Xiaxia replied, "You don't have to worry about that. With this king behind you, no one will dare to criticize you. Moreover, we need young people like you to bring the temple to greater heights. Maybe you'll do a better job than old people like us." Xiao Baiyi cupped his fists and stressed, "Temple Master, please think through it carefully. The temple is not in a perilous situation. If you rashly pass on your position, some problems might arise. What if the foundation of the temple is..." when Zishan raised his hand to stop him. I've made up my mind. A doubtful Xiaxia gaped at him before muttering, Temple Master, I've heard that Senior Void intends to bring some people to the outer universe. There's no such thing. When Zishan refuted, how can you believe such baseless rumors? Xiao Bai shot back. I've heard that Senior Void will bring all the Third Order Emperor Realm Masters with him, and those who are below the Third Order Emperor Realm can head to Ice Snow Valley to register before being selected accordingly. That's nonsense. When Zishan kept a smile on his face, Morong Xiao stared at Wen Zishan for a time before pointing out, Temple Master, even though Senior Void is a great emperor now, he used to cultivate alongside us in the past. So we can contact him. When Zishan's face twitched as he let out a hollow laugh, I see. So you found out about it. In that case, this king will stop hiding it from you. He coughed, that's right. Senior Void wants to bring some people to the outer universe. Your Marshal Aunt Gao and I are going as well. So, before I leave, I want to let one of you take over the position of Temple Master. After all, a sect cannot survive without a leader. Someone has to be in charge of the temple after we're gone. I think all of you are suitable for the position. Xiaxia, you're the eldest senior brother, so you must take over the position. You mustn't disappoint this king and your Marshal Aunt Gao. Pretending that he didn't hear him, Xiaxia looked up at the sky. The veins on Wen Zishan's forehead throbbed as he turned to look at Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, even though you're slightly weaker than Xiaxia, you're the most rational among the three of you. This king intends to pass on the position of Temple Master to you. I believe that you'll be able to bring the temple to greater heights. Xiao Bai just picked his ear and looked away. With a livid expression, when Zishan gazed at Morong Xiao and solemnly declared, Xiao, even though you're a woman, you're more powerful than most men. Do you like the idea of becoming the Temple Master? If you do, you can take the seal of the Temple Master right now. With this king helping you on the side, you'll be able to fully refine it in just a few days. Since the founding of the temple, there has never been a female Temple Master. If you agree to it, you'll be the first ever. By then, your name will be remembered throughout the ages and all future disciples and descendants will all look up to you. Morong Xiao refuted meekly, Temple Master, since the founding of our temple, you've been the only Temple Master. Right? Don't be concerned about such trifles. But Morong Xiao hesitantly said, the three of us have already registered with the disciples in Ice Snow Valley. What? As if struck by lightning, when Zishan turned ashen. When did that happen? Yesterday. Morong Xiao replied in a hushed voice, as though he had taken an arrow to the heart, when Zishan covered his chest and stared at them. This king is truly disappointed in you all. Just when the temple needs you, all of you. How could you make such a rash move? It pains this king's heart so. Xiaxia retorted, Temple Master, we'd like to experience the wonders of the outer universe as well. If we take over your seal, how are we supposed to go? But all of you can't leave just like this. When Zishan was incensed, who is going to look after the temple if all of you are gone? After giving it a thought, Xiao Bai said seriously, in that case, why don't you stay here? Little bastards. When Zishan bellowed as he almost spat out some saliva, you want to experience the outer universe and think this king doesn't? What a bunch of ungrateful wolves. This king has spent years raising and teaching you since you were young children, and this is how you repay my favor? I'm truly overwhelmed with rage at this betrayal. The three of them fell silent and let Wen Zishan reprimand them. After he became exhausted, Xiaxia cupped his fists and said, Temple Master, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Then, he gave a hint at Xiao Bai and Morong Xiao with his eyes, whereupon the three of them said simultaneously, farewell. Following that, they ran towards the bottom of the mountain. Don't go. We can still talk about this. When Zishan called out to them, but none of them bothered to reply to him. In the blink of an eye, all of them were gone. When Zishan said through clenched teeth, a pack of ungrateful wolves. Little Xueting, did you see that? Those little bastards have no regard for me at all now. Smilingly, Gao Xueting replied, all right, don't get mad at them. As she spoke, she walked over and patted his heaving chest to placate him. If I were them, I wouldn't have accepted your seal at this point either. They're adults now and they have their own goals and dreams. Isn't that a good thing? But what about the temple? When Zishan questioned, Gao Shueting said with a smile, "Why don't I'll take charge of the temple," someone was heard saying. Qiuren shuffled out of the clouds and saluted them. "Temple Master, Madam." A shocked when Zishan gazed at him. "Junior brother Qiu, you?" With a smile, Qiuren stressed, "I'm old now, so I don't like moving around much. It's better if I just stay here. No one knows what's going to happen in the outer universe other than Senior Void. But I know that it will be a long journey to a foreign land. Old people tend to get nostalgic and homesick more easily, so I'll just stay here." In the grand hall of the Lu family in the Eastern Territory, with many elders as witnesses, the Lu family patriarch passed the seal to a young man and declared, "Brat, from now on, you're the patriarch of the Lu family. Your aptitude is average, but you're a reliable man. I don't expect you to expand our family, but I want you to keep it going at least. You mustn't disappoint our ancestors." The young master of the Lu family took the seal and fell on his knees. "Father, I'll always remember your teachings." The Lu family patriarch nodded. "I'll be able to rest assured, then. I'll head to Ice Snow City in the Northern Territory tomorrow. If everything goes well, I'll follow Senior Void to the outer universe. If you ever want to meet me again in your lifetime, cultivate harder." Senior Void has said that whoever can ascend to the Third Order Emperor realm in the future will be brought to the outer universe. Hearing that, the young master pressed his head against the floor. "Father, uncles, I wish you all the best." In Sky-Grasping City in the Eastern Territory, City Lord Su Tian, he was only in the First Order Emperor realm, but at this moment he summoned his favorite son, intending to make him the new City Lord. On Immaculate Island in the Northern Territory, Island Master Jiang Zhouzi clenched a young man's collar and pressed him into a glorious throne. After stuffing the seal of the Island Master into his hands, he patted his shoulders. "Boy, you're the Island Master of Immaculate Island from now on." The young man sported a sorrowful expression. "Master, you can't do this to me. I don't want to be the Island Master. I want to follow Senior Void to make a name for myself in the outer universe. Stop spouting nonsense. I'll follow Senior Void while you'll stay here to manage the island. You'll be better off this way. Come, everyone. Salute your new Island Master." Jiang Zhouzi demanded, whereupon the elders and disciples cupped their fists with awkward expressions. "Greetings, Island Master." Similar scenes took place over and over again across all four territories. Countless people were scrambling to follow the Void Great Emperor to the outer universe. The cultivators without any ties could immediately head to Ice Snow City and register. But for people like Jiang Zhouzi, Lu family patriarch, and the City Lord of Sky Grasping City, it wasn't easy for them to leave. They had to make some proper arrangements first. Soon, about 70% of the great forces in the star boundary had news leaders. Two rays of light were seen heading towards Ice Snow City. After they landed outside the entrance, the figures of two young men were revealed. One of them was burly and ordinary-looking, while the other was handsome and had a noble air about him. Upon looking up, both of them were stunned. The burly man exclaimed, "Zishao! There are so many people here." The handsome man called Zishao explained, "Senior Void has returned with news regarding the outer universe, and he intends to bring some people with him, which is why many people have come over. It has only been 10 days since the news was spread, but we can already see so many people gathering together here, which goes to show that Senior Void is truly influential. As time passes, there will be even more people. Xiao Wu will have to work harder so that we'll be able to follow Senior Void and make a name for ourselves." With a serious expression, Xiao Wu nodded and balled up his fists. "Yes, we can definitely do this. Let's get into the city first," Zishao said. Then the two of them passed through the main gates. Looking from outside the city, they could see that the place was crammed with people, but upon entering it, they realized that it was different from what they had thought. The city was actually incredibly expansive, and even though there were many people inside, it didn't feel crowded at all. Instead, the place even appeared somewhat spacious. The two of them were astounded, not knowing what was going on. While they were in a dazed state, someone approached them and asked smilingly, "Little brothers, are you here to register?" "What?" Xiao Wu scratched his head and hurriedly nodded. Yes, we're here to register." "You are?" The person replied with a smile. "I'm a disciple from High Heaven Palace, and my surname is Su." You can just call me Senior Brother Su. I'm responsible for bringing people like you to different places to register. You're a disciple from High Heaven Palace? The gazes of the two young men brightened as they looked fervently at him, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. In the past, after Xianxia obtained the world's will and became a great emperor, he led the major armies of the Star Boundary to fight against the demon race and managed to save the last pure land before turning back the enemy. Since then, High Heaven Palace had become famous throughout the world. Countless people dreamed of joining High Heaven Palace. Unfortunately, over the years, they had never recruited any disciples, which made these cultivators unable to realize their dreams. The two young men came from humble backgrounds, and even though they had heard a lot about High Heaven Palace, it was the first time they visited the Northern Territory and come across a disciple from that sect. At that instant, they felt that Senior Brother Su was indeed different from others. Just like the sun, he was practically glowing. Furthermore, they could sense that Senior Brother Su was in the Tao Source realm at the very least. High Heaven Palace is indeed different. Even a disciple responsible for guiding people has such a strong cultivation. The two young men were astonished. The young man called Xianxia was much calmer though, and after a moment of shock, he cupped his fists. Greetings, Senior Brother Su. May I ask you a question? Given our cultivation, where do we go to register? Senior Brother Su replied with a smile. If I'm not mistaken, the two of you are in the origin returning realm. An embarrassed Xianxia scratched his head. Senior Brother, this is embarrassing for us. We started cultivating at an older age. Then he lowered his voice. Senior Brother Su, given our cultivation, do you think we stand a chance to follow Senior Void? I can see that all the cultivators here are quite strong. An origin returning realm master could be considered a top cultivator in a lower star fields, but he would be too weak in the star boundary to take note of. The two of them had hesitated for a long time whether they should even come to Ice Snow City. In the end, their desire overcame their sense of inferiority as they paid for the space array and arrived at the city nearest to Ice Snow City. Senior Brother Su guffawed. Cultivation isn't everything. How Senior Void chooses the people who will follow him to the outer universe. Certainly, cultivation is a part of it, but if you have some special skills or talents, you'll still stand a chance. Special skills. Xianxia arched his brow. Alchemy, artifact refining, spirit arrays, and so on. As long as there's something you're good at, you can show it to us. Hearing that, the two of them traded glances and replied in unison, we're good at setting up spirit arrays. Senior Brother Su nodded his head, very good. Come this way. I'll lead you to the registration place for array masters. As he spoke, he guided them forward. Walking along the spacious streets, the pair were like two countryside bumpkins as they looked around in amazement. At the same time, they kept pointing at whatever they saw. Suddenly, Xianxia asked, Senior Brother Wu, when we were looking from outside, Ice Snow City didn't seem to be this big. Why does it feel different after we've come in? With a smile, Senior Brother Su replied, You've sensed it? Not bad. Your perception is pretty sharp. Ice Snow City really isn't this big. Initially, this city could only accommodate 1 million people, but currently, there are more than 10 million inside. With that said, there's still room to accommodate another 10 million people. This is all thanks to Senior Void. Is he using some kind of secret technique? Xianxia turned solemn as if he suddenly thought of something. Senior Brother Su scratched his head. I have no idea, but Senior Void is a master in the Tao of space, so he might have used some kind of technique. In any case, Ice Snow City is very spacious now. Senior Void is indeed powerful. Xianxia appeared fervent. Xiao guffawed, there will come a day when the two of us will become just as powerful. Senior Brother Su said, you two are certainly ambitious. Good, that's where you can register. Just walk over on your own as I have to lead the way for other people. I'll take my leave now. Many thanks, Senior Brother Su. They bent their backs to thank him. Senior Brother Su waved his hand and disappeared into the crowd. After he was gone, the pair turned to look at the grand hall where many people were seen entering and leaving. Apparently, just like them, these people were here to register. Then, they encouraged one another for a bit before going in. They swept a glance over the grand hall and realized that it had been divided into several dozen areas. Every area was overseen by a cultivator who was dressed in High Heaven Palace's uniform, and many cultivators were lined up in front of every area. The two young men chose a place with relatively fewer people and waited patiently. Soon it was their turn. They walked up and cupped their fists. "Greetings, senior brother." They sported extremely solemn expressions. The High Heaven Palace's disciple behind the desk took a glance at them and said with a smile, "There's no need to be nervous. You'll just have to register and go through a test." Despite that, the two young men still appeared anxious. Following the disciple's instructions, the two of them announced their names, ages, and special skills. The disciple gazed at them in shock. "You're able to achieve such cultivation after cultivating for only 12 years, so your aptitudes are truly incredible. More importantly, you've even studied the Tao of Spirit arrays. In that case, why don't you set up an aura-gathering array here?" The two young men nodded and started working. It was just a simple test that the cultivators before them had gone through, not something targeted at them, therefore they immediately got busy. The aura-gathering array was one of the simplest spirit arrays, so basically every array master could arrange one. Those from High Heaven Palace wouldn't provide any materials, so the two of them had to come up with a solution on their own. Fortunately, they had already set up the aura-gathering array countless times in the past, so they were familiar with it. While they were working, a person stepped into the grand hall with his hands behind his back as he looked around the various areas. All the cultivators who had registered were required to arrange an aura-gathering array, and this man would stop and observe each test area. Sometimes, he would nod with an approving look, while at others he would simply shake his head. Soon, he reached the area where Zixiao and Xiao Wu were. Seeing him, the disciple in charge of this area hurriedly rose from his seat. But just when he was about to salute this newcomer, the man waved his hand to motion for him to calm himself. The disciple smiled and took a seat again. That person took a glance at the aura-gathering array that was being set up by Zixiao and Xiao Wu, and his gaze brightened as observed attentively. The disciple was slightly shocked. Others might have no idea who this person was, but he was certainly aware. In the entire star boundary, no one could surpass him when it came to Tao of Spirit arrays. Since his interest had been piqued, did it mean that there was something special about the aura-gathering array being built by these two youngsters? In fact, the disciple knew a thing or two about the Tao of Spirit arrays, which was why he was stationed in this registration place, so after a moment of observation, he realized that the aura-gathering array set up by these two young men was a little different from the other ones that he had seen. There were many kinds of aura-gathering arrays, but they all followed roughly the same pattern. There were 49 optimal methods to arrange such an array in total, but to his surprise, the aura-gathering array before his eyes wasn't one of them. What kind of a setup is this? While he was puzzled, Zixiao and Xiao Wu had stopped as they let out a breath. Zixiao then said, "Senior brother, we've set up the aura-gathering array. Please examine it." Looking up, the disciple gazed at the person behind them. With this person around, it wasn't his place to examine this work. Sensing something, Zixiao and Xiao Wu turned their heads only to see a person standing behind them. The person stroked his beard and squatted down in an inelegant manner. Staring fixedly at the aura-gathering array, he commented, "The materials used have been reduced by 10% and there are 2 array bases that can be excluded this way. However, the effectiveness has increased by 20%. This kind of technique leans more towards ancient methods and is not common to see nowadays." Hearing that, Zixiao and Xiao Wu were stunned. The person went on to say, "The way this array is set up is unique, but the execution is somewhat lackluster. It seems you were not personally taught by a master. If you can improve your skills, the effectiveness of this aura-gathering array will be increased by 10%. At this point, the man got up and nodded, "It's not bad." Then he looked smilingly at the two of them. "You must have obtained the inheritance of some ancient senior, right?" Instantly, Zixiao and Xiao Wu became vigilant, for what the person in front of them had said was right. They were the sons of a common hunter, and when they were young kids, they accidentally lost their way on a certain mountain and eventually came across a cave only to find a skeleton inside it, a skeleton they obtained something precious from. Without any teacher, they used what they had obtained to become cultivators on their own. This was their greatest secret, but it was exposed by some stranger they had never met before. At that instant, they felt the urge to silence him in order to keep their secret safe. "Oh!" The person seemed to have noticed their murderous intent. As he looked smilingly at the two of them, his aura surged all of a sudden. Zixiao and Xiao Wu felt as though they had been hit by a mountain and grunted and stepped backwards as the vitality in their chests weltered. He's an Emperor Realm Master. Both of them were horrified as this ordinary-looking man was actually in the Emperor Realm. They were only in the Origin Returning Realm, so how were they supposed to resist his pressure? If it weren't because this man had restricted 99% of his aura, they would have exploded under the pressure. Their souls trembled for a long time, and when they came to their senses, the man was already nowhere in sight. They traded glances and realized that both of them were drenched in cold sweat. "Congratulations, you two." The disciple from High Heaven Palace rose from the chair and cupped his fists. Xiao and Xiao Wu were perplexed, wondering why he congratulated them. After brushing away the cold sweat on his forehead, Xiao asked, "Senior brother, who was that man?" The disciple replied with a smile, "You're adept in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, but you're not aware of who he is?" An embarrassed Xiao also asked. "We both lived in a small village all our lives and are a bit inexperienced. Senior brother, please enlighten us." With a solemn expression, the disciple replied, "His surname is Nanmen." The pupils of Xiao and Xiao Wu contracted when they heard that, and the latter exclaimed, "He was Sir Nanmen de June?" "That's right." The two of them became rooted to the spot. As array masters, they had naturally heard of Nanmen de June before. He was acknowledged as the top array master in the entire star boundary, and it was said that the sect-defending array of High Heaven Palace was arranged by him personally. During the Two Worlds Great War, High Heaven Palace had relied on this array to resist the invasion from the demon race countless times, which ensured that the last pure land in the star boundary could be saved. Could be said that the reason the star boundary was still around was thanks to Void Great Emperor, but Nanmen de June had also made a significant contribution. Even though they lived in a remote village, they had repeatedly heard of Nanmen de June before. The two of them had always looked up to this Grandmaster, imagining that they would be as powerful as he was one day. By then, they could converse with him about the Tao of Spirit Arrays freely. It was inconceivable that such a Grandmaster had appeared beside them and commented on the aura-gathering array they had arranged randomly. However, they actually thought about trying to silence him to keep their secret safe. If they were aware of his identity earlier, they would never have had this kind of thought. At that instant, Xiao Wu was scratching his face, which was red now. Xiao. Xiao had no idea what to say either. Suddenly, he let out a long sigh with a dejected expression. He was worried that Grandmaster Nanmen found them to be useless after what they had done. Just then, the disciple was heard saying, "Senior Nanmen has never given anyone such high regards. Little brothers, it seems that he's approved of your mastery in the Tao of Spirit Arrays." "What did you just say?" Xiao Wu gazed at him in shock. "You said Grandmaster Nanmen had given us high regards? Why wasn't I aware of this?" The disciple followed up. "He said that your array was not bad. He has looked around this place several times but has never said so to anyone else. Little brothers, please keep it up and don't disappoint Senior Nanmen." The two of them were still muddle-headed as they left the Grand Hall. High Heaven Peak was the main peak of High Heaven Palace, and in the master bedroom, a number of naked bodies could be seen lying on the massive bed as an amorous smell permeated the room. Presently, Shan Qingluo was clinging on to Yang Kai like she was an octopus. Yang Kai raised his hand and gently pushed her away. Then he got up and saw that the ladies were all still asleep. The sight made him chuckle. It had been a long time since he last bedded a woman, so he had been a little rough over the past few days. Although these ladies had all ascended to the Third Order Emperor realm or higher, they were unable to withstand his vigor. All of them had collapsed on the bed after begging Yang Kai to let them off earlier. A relentless Shan Qingluo was determined to compete against him, but she passed out in the end. Before her, Su Yan, Xianing Chong, and Shui Yu were already exhausted and had fallen asleep. It was Yu Meng who had the greatest stamina and continued making love to him. After all, she was a charmed demon saint, so her strength was truly extraordinary. However, when it came to physical prowess and restorative powers, she was no match for Yang Kai. Presently, she had curled up in a corner of the bed as her tender body twitched every once in a while. On the other hand, Yang Kai felt that he could still continue for another 100 rounds. After getting out of the bed, he put on his clothes and walked out of the room with disheveled hair. Outside the room, head manager Hua Qingxi was already waiting respectfully. When she caught a glimpse of the sight inside the room, she couldn't help blushing. As Yang Kai shuffled forward, He asked, "How is it going in Ice Snow City?" "I was about to report this to you." Hua Qingxi followed him closely. After the news was spread, the people from all 4 territories were ecstatic. Countless people have come to Ice Snow City to register. About 30 million people have registered in the last half a month. That's a staggering figure. Yang Kai was shocked. He knew that many people would come to register, but the figure still stunned him. "Sir, how many people do you intend to bring with you this time?" Hua Qingxi asked respectfully. "Please give me a number so that it'll be easier for us to filter the candidates." 500,000 at most. After reaching the outer hall, Yang Kai adjusted his clothes and took a seat, whereupon a maidservant served him tea before leaving. 500,000. Hua Qingxi smiled helplessly. It was a difficult task to select 500,000 people from 30 million. Moreover, it had only been half a month since the recruitment began, and more people would come to register in the coming days. Her palace master had put her in a tight spot. With that said, it wasn't the first time Yang Kai had given her such a difficult task over the years. As head manager of High Heaven Palace, she knew how to share his burden. "For those from High Heaven Palace," she hesitantly said, "they'll be selected fairly just like everyone else." Yang Kai took a sip of the tea. "Other than the third-order Emperor Realm Masters that must come with me, everyone else has to demonstrate enough ability if they want to head to the outer universe. Cultivation is just one of the criteria. More importantly, we have to look at their moldability and potential for growth. Besides that, the outer universe is unlike the star boundary as it's paved with danger, so you have to make this clear to them as well." "Yes," Hua Qingxi replied. "I'll make the arrangements now. Everything will be ready in 2 months, so sir, please get ready as well." Then, she prepared to leave. Yang Kai raised his hand. "Head manager, wait a moment. Sir, is there anything else?" An embarrassed Yang Kai scratched his head and spoke up, "Please help me comb my hair. I have to meet my parents." Hua Qingxi burst into a fit of giggles as she said, "I can't help you with that, but I know someone who can. I'll summon her now as she's been waiting for you for some time now." Without waiting for Yang Kai to agree to it, Hua Qingxi immediately fished out a communication artifact and contacted someone. A moment later, a figure walked into the hall in an elegant manner. "I'll take my leave now." Hua Qingxi laughed meaningfully before calmly leaving. While Yang Kai was staring at this newcomer, she was also gazing at him with a reddened face. After saluting him, she greeted, "Senior brother, junior sister Yao." Yang Kai burst into laughter. The person was none other than Ji Yao. Pressing her lips together, Ji Yao said in a soft voice, "Head manager told me that you need someone to comb your hair." "Ah!" Before she could finish her words, she felt an immense force pulling her as she uncontrollably fell forward and crashed into Yang Kai's embrace. Feeling the familiar aura and smelling the familiar scent, she was extremely nervous. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai gazing smilingly at her. "We haven't met for years. Junior sister, why are you acting so polite to me now?" Her lashes fluttered, and her breathing became rapid. She repeatedly parted her lips, but she was unable to say a single word. "If you remain silent, I'll just do whatever I want." Yang Kai grinned and carried Ji Yao up before shuffling towards the inner hall. Feeling that something was off, Ji Yao asked anxiously, "Senior brother, what are you trying to do?" Yang Kai grinned and replied with a determined gaze, "I'm making a confession." What do you mean by that?" Ji Yao became more flustered. Yang Kai had already reached a room and kicked the door open. Upon seeing the sight in the room, Ji Yao widened her eyes in disbelief. She could see a few naked corpses in the room, their clothes scattered everywhere. The entire room looked just like a battlefield, and the scent of intimacy still lingered in the air. The women lying on the bed and the ground were convulsing and subconsciously mumbling. Ji Yao had never seen such a brutal sight before. At that moment, she wouldn't even dare to breathe a little louder. It wasn't until Yang Kai gently set her down on the bed that she almost burst into tears. With her eyes trembling, she exclaimed, "Senior brother." She pressed her hands against the man's chest as though she was trying to resist a huge mountain. "They've all been slain by me, and now it's your turn." Yang Kai laughed. Was this the kind of confession he was talking about? Jiao was torn between tears and laughter. At the same time, she felt conflicted deep down inside. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai gazing lovingly at her. Even though his expression appeared determined, and there didn't seem to be any room for rejection, he didn't make a move. She knew that as long as she appeared to be reluctant, he would never force himself upon her. Then, she asked herself whether she still wanted to hide this secret from everyone. Did she still want to stand in a faraway place and look on as the other women surrounded and smiled with him? Did she still have to come up with excuses to approach him even though she was extremely worried and missed him dearly? The sense of fluster behind her gaze dissipated as she gently closed her eyes and wrapped her hands around the man's neck. Despite the fact that a single tear rolled down from the corner of her eye, she sported a joyful smile. Yang Kai raised his hand and wiped away the teardrop before kissing her long, smooth hair. Then, he slowly stripped off her robes and for the first time bonded with her in a true sense. Unlike how rough he was with his other wives earlier, Yang Kai was as gentle as a spring breeze this time. Two became one and enjoyed the moment together. Yuru Meng slightly opened her eyes and faintly saw something, but she dozed off again due to exhaustion and subconsciously muttered, "Enemy of all women." Hearing that, Ji Yao stiffened and shuddered while Yang Kai's lips curved into an evil smile which made her flush. A long time later, Ji Yao slipped off into dreamland, and when she awakened, she realized that some people were staring at her in the room. As she regained her senses, she recalled what had happened and exclaimed. Then, she grabbed the quilt and covered herself up. She was too embarrassed to face anyone. "Greetings, Father, Mother." Yang Kai adjusted his clothes and fell on his knees before saluting his parents. "Get up quickly." Dong Suzhu hurriedly helped him up and looked up at him with slightly reddened eyes. After tucking his hair behind his ear, she complained, "You're a great emperor now, so you shouldn't fall to your knees so easily. It'll be embarrassing if others see you doing this." "So what if he's a great emperor? Does he not have parents?" Yang Yingfeng snorted on the side. "I gave him life and raised him." "So what if he need?" Feeling a murderous intent, he turned his head and saw Dong Suzhu glaring at him with gritted teeth. Hurriedly, he took a sip of the tea and gulped down what he was about to say. After shooting him one more glare to warn him, Dong Suzhu turned her head and looked smilingly at Yang Kai. Then, she made him sit beside her and sized him up. She could not stop looking at him, and there was a proud and happy smile on her face. "He's my son." She had never expected that the little one she could carry in her arms in the past would grow up to be such a powerful man one day. She felt proud that he had achieved great things in life. Moreover, she was now a greatly respected lady thanks to her son. Even though her cultivation wasn't very powerful, no one in the star boundary would dare to look down on her. When the pseudo-great emperors visited High Heaven Palace, they would always give their respects to her and her husband. Hence, she was satisfied with what she had. As a mother, she didn't expect her son to be wealthy and powerful. She just wanted him to be safe for all his life. Now that Yang Kai was healthy and doing well, she was more than happy. She went on to have a chat with Yang Kai. Most of the time, she was the one asking all sorts of questions while Yang Kai replied to her accordingly. She didn't ask about the outer universe because she knew that he must have encountered a lot of danger in the past 15 or so years, so she was worried that she couldn't bear it if she became aware of it all. Presently, Yang Kai was a great emperor, and every move he made would affect the trillions of lives in the star boundary. Therefore, she couldn't influence him in whatever he did like she used to in the past. Otherwise, she would be harming the interest of the star boundary. On the side, Yang Yingfeng was seated calmly. Although he appeared dispassionate, he was actually all ears, so he wouldn't miss out on any details in their conversation. 1 hour later, Yang Kai raised his head and asked, "Father, are you suffering from any internal injury?" He already noticed it when he entered this place earlier. Most of the time, his father's aura was stable, but there were times when it became unsteady for a moment. Apparently, he was suffering from an internal injury. Yang Kai was aware of that because he was a great emperor who had incredibly sharp eyesight. Any other pseudo-great emperors wouldn't have noticed had they not been paying special attention. Yang Yingfeng became startled for a moment before waving his hand. "It doesn't matter. Don't worry." With a frown, Yang Kai asked, "How long has it been?" Before Yang Yingfeng could say anything, Dong Suju answered it for him. It's been more than 30 years. More than 30 years. That meant that the incident took place after the Two Worlds War and during the period of time when he was refining his wood element power. After the war, Yang Kai spent 50 years refining the essence of the immortal tree and stabilizing his cultivation before he left the star boundary. However, when he left, he informed no one and did so in a secretive manner. Let me have a look. Then, he got up and approached Yang Yingfeng before placing his fingers on his father's wrist. Yang Yingfeng parted his lips, but in the end, he let Yang Kai check on him without saying a word. As Yang Kai used his divine sense, he examined his father for a moment before frowning. Was the internal injury formed when you broke through to the Emperor realm? Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju were pretty weak, as they were only in the first-order Emperor realm. After all, their aptitudes were not outstanding. It was only thanks to the near-unlimited support from High Heaven Palace that they had such achievements. His father's injury was not serious, but it also couldn't be dismissed either. If left untreated, it would be troublesome when Yang Yingfeng cultivated in the future. The injury seems to have been caused due to an unstable foundation. Father, why did you try to rush your cultivation? Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. The injury was not caused by an external force. Instead, it was Yang Yingfeng who had cultivated without any restraint, beyond what his body could tolerate. Yang Yingfeng snorted. You're now a great emperor. Even though I don't expect to be as powerful as you are, a father cannot be too weak and embarrass his son. At that, Yang Kai was lost for words. Can it be treated? Dong Suju asked nervously. The couple didn't talk to anyone about his injury. That was because after the Great War, the star boundary was in the midst of rebuilding, so they didn't want to burden the resources of High Heaven Palace. It's not very serious. I'll ask Ning Chong to make some pills later. You should consume the pills every day, and I'll come over to help you clear your meridians every 5 days. In just 1 month, you'll fully recover. In the past, he wouldn't have any solution to this problem. However, given his capabilities and knowledge now, it was easy for Yang Kai to treat this kind of injury. Wonderful! Dong Suju breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Yingfeng, who sported a grim expression, seemed to be relieved as well. Yang Kai stressed, but father, you can't cultivate too hard again in the future. In the past, you taught me to exercise moderation in whatever I did. After you two enter the outer universe, there will be greater and better resources for you, so I'm sure your cultivation will improve steadily then. The couple traded glances before Dong Suju hesitantly said, we were about to discuss this with you. We don't intend to head to the outer universe for now. Why? Yang Kai was stunned. With a smile, Dong Suju explained, we love this place. Moreover, after all of you are gone, someone must remain here and take care of this place for you. Your father and I will stay here to help you manage your home. If you face any difficulties in the outside world, you can always come back here and have a place to stay. Yang Kai burst into laughter. Some other people will take care of this place, so you too. Before he could finish his words, Yang Yingfeng raised his hand to stop him. We know you are filial, but your mother and I are only in the first-order Emperor realm, and we're not ambitious people. Even if we follow you to the outer universe, we won't be able to help you in any way. Instead, we might even hold you back. In that case, we'd rather stay here. Furthermore, I can feel that there has been some kind of transformation in the star boundary recently, as though it is in the process of being reborn. It must have something to do with you, right? In response, Yang Kai nodded his head. Even though the world tree had absorbed a lot of world energy from the star boundary, which depleted it significantly, it had saved the universe world from shattering. The world had been strengthened and the principles had been repaired. In the long term, it would be greatly beneficial to the star boundary. In the short term, it was safe to say that the star boundary had been reborn. Yang Yingfeng was an Emperor Realm Master, so it wasn't odd that he could vaguely sense this change. There are resources in the outer universe that are unavailable in the star boundary, and perhaps your mother and I will improve faster if we follow you, but I have a feeling that we'll obtain greater benefits if we remain here. Yang Yingfeng stared at him. So, stop trying to change our mind. We've already made our decision. At that, Yang Kai fell silent. Others might not know what was going on, but he was fully aware of it. His father was right to say that there would be better resources if they followed him to the outer universe, and their cultivation would improve faster as a result, but there were also benefits to be gained if they stayed in the star boundary. The star boundary had practically been reborn, and the world principles were in the process of being rebuilt. Therefore, cultivators who stayed here would grow alongside the star boundary as it recovered and improved. It would be easier for them to comprehend principle strength and even world principles, and they would be closely connected to the star boundary. One day, they might be able to comprehend deeper mysteries of the heavenly way by studying this unique process. Strengthening one's foundation was more important than any resource could ever be. All in all, it would be wonderful if they left the star boundary, but there were also benefits to be gained if they chose to stay. The two options couldn't be compared fairly. Otherwise, Xianxia would have taken all Emperor Realm Masters away instead of making some of them stay. However, it was a different case for Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters. They had already reached the peak of the star boundary's martial Tao, so it was pointless for them to stay. What they needed to do was comprehend their own grand Tao and condense their Tao seals. The star boundary, a reborn world, was unable to help them with that. Therefore, all Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters and above had to leave. Xianxia had never mentioned this to anyone before, but his father was able to sense it, which could possibly be a kind of opportunity. If Xianxia forced his father to leave with him, he might actually harm his future. Furthermore, since his father could sense it, other Emperor Realm Masters might also be aware of this change. At the thought of this, Xianxia nodded. Since you two have made a decision, I'll not say anything else. Don't worry. I'll come back to see you whenever I'm free. Yang Yingfeng chided with a smile. Work hard in the outside world as the future of the star boundary hinges on you. Don't think about those unnecessary things. Your mother and I are deeply in love. After all of you are gone, we'll live a happy life together, so we don't need you to come back and disturb us. Hearing that, Xianxia felt embarrassed. While they were speaking, two people dashed into the hall. They were none other than Yang Shui and Yang Xiao, who were known to be the twins of time. Big brother. Yang Shui called out in a clear voice as the hairpin in her hair glistened. It was one of the accessories Xianxia purchased in the Universe Temple on his way here. Greetings, Grandpa, Grandma. Yang Xiao appeared obedient. After saluting Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu, he called out respectfully, "Adoptive father." Xianxia nodded and patted the younger man's shoulder. "You've done a great job over the years. In the past, the world principles of the star boundary were broken, and disasters would befall the people from time to time. Over the years, the twins of time had saved many people and resisted many calamities." With a serious expression, Yang Xiao said it is a son's duty to share his father's burden. Then he darted his eyes around for a moment. "Father, is the outer universe fun? Do you want to go?" Xianxia looked smilingly at him. Yang Xiao repeatedly nodded his head as his eyes seemed to be glowing. "Of course I want to." When Xianxia secretly left the star boundary in the past, he wanted to follow him, but he was captured by Yang Shui before he could. Then, he went on to wait for Xianxia to return for a long time. Now that Xianxia was back, and he intended to bring some people to the outer universe, Yang Xiao certainly wouldn't miss this chance. "Bring you to the outer universe?" Xianxia stroked his own chin. "I can do that, but the outer universe is full of danger. So you need to prove to me that you're able to protect yourself. Show me the result of your years of cultivation. If I think it's good enough, you can come with me. If not, you'll have to stay in the star boundary." Both shocked and surprised, Yang Xiao became enthusiastic and proclaimed, "Please observe and advise me, then." The flowing time temple hovered in the sky while at its front steps stood Yang Xiao and Yang Shui with solemn expressions. In the past, they had obtained the inheritance from Flowing Time Great Emperor, and went on to live and cultivate together for several centuries. Over the years, they had become so close they could read each other's minds. Therefore, they would also fight against their enemies together. Since Xianxia wanted to test their abilities, they naturally had to join forces. They had grown tremendously over the years as they now had the strength of second-order emperors. If they activated the Flowing Time Temple together, most third-order Emperor Realm Masters wouldn't be a match for them. Despite that, they still felt immensely pressured when facing Xianxia. Xianxia was just standing there, and he didn't seem to exude any aura. Yet, he was like an insurmountable mountain that had appeared in their way. Although they had looked up, they still couldn't see its peak. "Little ant, we have to give it our all." Yang Zhao's palms were drenched in sweat, but his eyes appeared fervent as though he was determined to turn the world upside down. Yu Shui nodded and gently took a breath, her amber eyes seemingly glowing with light. With his hands behind his back, Yang Kai stood 1,000 meters away from them. Appearing to be calm and collected, he said with a smile, "I'll not bully the two of you. Whatever you do, I'll not activate the world force of the star boundary. Furthermore, I'll suppress my cultivation and make it equivalent to yours. If you can hit me within 3 moves, you'll be considered the winner." Yang Xiao bellowed, "Father, stop looking down on us. Over these years, I haven't wasted my time. I'm much stronger than I was in the past. It's pointless to boast. Make your move." Yang Kai crooked a finger at him. While Yang Xiao was gritting his teeth, Yang Shui yelled, "In that case, meet our first move." As soon as she finished speaking, they started performing a set of hand seals together. There wasn't a discussion, nor did they exchange glances. Yet their movements were identical, as though they were done by the same person. Seeing that, Yang Kai nodded lightly. The two of them were able to read each other's thoughts and intentions after cultivating together for so many years. Even twins couldn't be so in sync, but the two of them could easily achieve this. It went to show that they had really cultivated hard. Seeing the hand seals they were forming, Yang Kai broke into a laugh and commented, "Time flies seal? I can do that as well." Then he formed a seal with both hands. Time flies seal was the signature divine ability of flowing time Great Emperor that Yang Kai had learned a long time ago, which allowed him to gain a slight understanding of the Tao of time. Then, he made use of his small sealed world to devour the continents in Demon Realm and found an ancient battlefield, where flowing time Great Emperor had once fought a life and death battle against Great Demon God. Traces of the battle were left behind in that ancient battlefield. Yang Kai had been mesmerized by it as though he could see the fight between the flowing time Great Temple and Emoshang. That was how he mastered the time flies seal. Therefore, it was almost as if flowing time Great Emperor had personally taught him this divine ability. Unlike Yang Kai, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had obtained the Flowing Time Temple and the true inheritance of Flowing Time Great Emperor, which they had cultivated diligently for many years, so it could be considered that they had been personally taught by the Flowing Time Great Emperor as well. As time principles undulated, both parties used different hand seals and the energy around them surged. Despite the fact that Yang Kai began forming seals later, he was actually the first to activate technique. A rumbling sound spread across the place. Time flows on infinitely, like a mighty stream, like an unending dream. He pushed out his palm. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui extended their palms at the same time from the flowing time temple. The time principles from both parties clashed in midair and fought against one another. Thousands of years seemed to have passed in the void at that moment. Yang Kai arched his brow as he could feel a different kind of fluctuation coming from flowing time temple. They were equally matched at first, but the situation was soon tipped. The time principles used by the duo solidified and suppressed Yang Kai's time flies seal. Is that one of the uses of the flowing time temple? Yang Kai was shocked. The fluctuation coming from flowing time temple seemed to have strengthened the divine ability of Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Yang Xiao guffawed, "Little ant and I have obtained the inheritance of our honored teacher, and this temple was his residence. Therefore, when we activate time principles in this temple, it will be strengthened. Father, are you surprised?" As they spoke, Yang Kai's time flies seal was defeated while the time principles from the duo became more ferocious even though its power had been reduced. Following that, Yang Shui bellowed, "The second move!" As soon as she finished speaking, a petite hourglass suddenly appeared in front of her. Divine sand could be seen flowing out of the hourglass, exactly 10,008 grains in total. This was the flowing time divine sand that flowing time Great Emperor had expended a great deal of resources and effort to refine. The flowing time divine sand soared and streamed into the time flies seal. As the two divine abilities blessed one another, they became horrendously powerful. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai hurriedly retreated. "For seasons have passed, and you're now extremely sleepy." Yang Xiao gently waved his hand, whereupon an invisible power gushed out of his palm and mingled with the flowing time divine sand. Then he looked smilingly at Yang Kai. "Father, you're exhausted now. Have a rest. 3 moves had been combined into one, which further enhanced its power. Yang Kai's vision seemed to have been filled by 10,008 grains of sand. Before the attack even reached him, a sense of exhaustion was rising within him. Even his eyelids had become leaden. A soul technique? Yang Kai arched his brow and smacked his lips. Interesting. If it were any other kind of soul attack, he wouldn't have had any regard for it. However, this soul attack carried time principles with it, so while it might appear simple, it could make a person feel as if countless years had passed. If eons seemed to pass by, one would feel lethargic. No one was able to resist this. All of a sudden, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and let the 10,008 grains of sand come at him. While Yang Xiao appeared elated, Yang Shui balled up her fists. The sand was about to engulf Yang Kai, and when that happened, he would be defeated. Just then, Yang Kai gently raised a finger and pointed forward. At that instant, he used near-distant horizon. The smile on Yang Zhao's face froze while Yang Shui was stunned. That was because they could sense that even though Yang Kai was just a couple thousand meters away from them, it also felt as if there was several thousand kilometers between them. All 10,008 grains of sand also became frozen in midair. In truth, they were not frozen and were still moving forward, but so slowly it appeared as if they weren't. It was apparent that there was only a short distance between them, but it was also as if they were as far apart as the heavens and earth. Following Yang Kai's move, the distance between them seemed to have extended infinitely. That was the power of near-distant horizon. We lost, Yang Xiao said through clenched teeth. Yang Shui gently sighed and broke her hand seal. As her flowing time divine sand had been restricted by Yang Kai's space secret technique, she couldn't even retract it now. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand to disperse his divine ability, whereupon the 10,008 grains of sand returned to the hourglass. The 2 divine abilities contained in the sand were also shattered. Senior Flowing Time was indeed a rare genius. Given his heritage in the past, he could have broken free of this universe world's restrictions. However, in order to shatter Mo Xing's plot, he took the risk of sneaking into the demon realm to battle against him. Although he fell in the end, he managed to bring a glimmer of hope to the star boundary. Could be said that the reason the star boundary is still around is thanks to Senior Flowing Time. If not for him, this world would have become the second demon realm long ago. Yang Kai sighed. Although Senior Flowing Time lost his life, he still managed to leave behind his inheritance. Since you two have had the luck to obtain such an opportunity, you should also inherit his will. If the star boundary falls into danger in the future, you must do whatever you can to protect this world, even if it costs your lives, so as not to disappoint your honored teacher. Father, I'll never forget what you've said today. Yang Xiao spoke with a solemn face. Get ready and follow me to the outer universe in 2 months. Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai disappeared. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui traded glances. A moment later, Yang Xiao scratched his head. Little ant, are my ears playing tricks on me? I think I heard adoptive father tell us to follow him to the outer universe. Yang Shui smiled with her lips pressed together. Isn't that what you want? Instantly, Yang Zhao's gaze brightened as he placed his palms on his hips and guffawed. I knew that he'd bring me with him. Outer universe. Here I come. He had always been an adventurous soul, so now that his dream had been realized, he was over the moon. When Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Peak, the ladies had awakened. Ji Yao was standing there with a red face, and she seemed to be on pins and needles. Seeing Yang Kai, she shot him an aggrieved look. At that instant, the other women also glared at him. Yu Ru Meng's gaze seemed to suggest that she was ready to skin him alive, while Shan Qing Luo sneered and gritted her teeth. Yang Kai scratched nose and meekly asked, Have you all had a good rest? Ji Yao's face was already red, and it became scorching when she heard his question. It was as if some steam was going to puff out of her head. Yu Ru Meng replied in a weird tone, What difference does it make whether we have taken a good rest? In response, Yang Kai smirked. Walking over, Yu Ru Meng pinched his waist and said through clenched teeth, Why are you smiling so foolishly? Since this has happened, you have to take full responsibility. An unfazed Yang Kai asked doubtfully, What do you mean by that? An infuriated Yu Ru Meng pointed at Ji Yao, who had hung her head low, and demanded, Aren't you supposed to give her a confession? Haven't I already given it to her? Yang Kai was speechless at that. Ru Meng bellowed, is this how you're supposed to do it? What about Bing Yun? How are you going to explain it to her? Well, Yang Kai batted his eyes, thinking that it wasn't necessary to explain anything to her. However, after giving it a thought, he realized it was proper etiquette to do so. After all, Bing Yun was Ji Yao's honored master, so it would be inappropriate if he didn't at least inform her about their new relationship. If he were to head to Ice Heart Valley and tell Bing Yun about it, he believed that she'd be happy. After all, she must have noticed something long ago, so she wouldn't object to it. However, it'd be embarrassing for him to personally explain it to her. Then, he looked pleadingly at Ru Meng, who snorted and scolded. Why didn't you think it through earlier before you acted? Do you feel guilty now? She shot him a glare. Good. I'll head to Ice Heart Valley tomorrow and have a talk with Bing Yun. Then, she turned to look at Su Yan. You come with me. Su Yan nodded. Ji Yao was Bing Yun's third disciple while Su Yan was Bing Yun's youngest disciple. So they were technically senior sister and junior sister. It would be of great help if Su Yan could go over as well. With this, Yang Kai felt relieved. 2 months passed. In a plaza in Ice Snow City, many people were seen gathering together. There were about 600,000 in total. Although there were a lot of people, they were neatly standing in lines and no one made any noise. It was as if all 600,000 of them were well-trained soldiers. Nevertheless, all of their gazes radiated a glow that was filled with excitement and hope. Zi Xiao and Xiao Wu were standing among the crowd. Compared to 2 months ago when they first arrived at Ice Snow City, while they still looked the same, they had grown tremendously in the Tao of Spirit arrays. Xiao Wu secretly spoke to his friend. It's no wonder people always say that a cultivator shouldn't always remain in seclusion. In the past 2 months, we've had some competitions with our fellow cultivators, which helped improve our Tao of Spirit arrays. It seems that we have to communicate with other cultivators more often in the future. Zi Xiao shared his sentiment. You're right. In the origin returning realm, there are many whose mastery over the Tao of Spirit arrays is much greater than ours. It's incredible. Xiao Wu grinned meaningfully. Anyway, our dream has come true as we can follow Senior Void to the outer universe. I wonder what the outer universe is like. Over the past 2 months, Ice Snow City had constantly been bustling with noise as there were countless competitions and tests the registrants had to go through. The 2 young men had overcome many hurdles, and even though there were times when they failed, they had showcased their exceptional talents in the Tao of Spirit arrays. Now, they were still just novices in the Tao of Spirit arrays. However, their potential for growth was unquestionable as Nanmen de Jun had personally given them a pass. The filtering process lasted for about 2 months. Selecting 500,000 people out of several dozen million was a difficult task. In order to achieve this, all the disciples in High Heaven Palace became involved. Besides them, the disciples of Ice Heart Valley, Fire Dragon Palace, and Full Sky Sect in the Northern Territory had provided countless human and material resources. Even the disciples from major sects in the Eastern, Southern, and Western Territory had come over to help. That was how they managed to filter so many people and got to the figure Yang Kai required. In the end, the number was still more than 600,000 instead of 500,000. But that didn't really matter as Yang Kai needed more people to help build Voidland. These 600,000 people were not necessarily the most powerful cultivators in the star boundary, but they were the best when it came to talent and aptitude in all fields. Their presence would bring new life and development to Voidland. At the other end of the plaza, Hua Qingxi gazed at Yang Kai and said, Palace Master, everything is ready. Yang Kai nodded his head. Activate the array. Upon receiving the order, Hua Qingxi fished out a communication artifact and passed on his word. The next instant, Namen de Jun, who was standing in the plaza, took out an array jade and infused his Emperor Qi into it. A rumbling sound was heard coming from the ground as though a beam of lightning had flashed through it. In the plaza, patterns started glowing and soon engulfed all 600,000 people. All of them had already received advanced warning, so they relaxed their guard and didn't resist. The glow intensified, and there came a moment when the light exploded. When the light dissipated, all 600,000 people from the plaza disappeared as they were put inside the small sealed world. Yang Kai made a grabbing gesture and took back the sealed world bead from the void. Then, he extended his hand towards Namin Dejun and put him inside as well before turning to Hua Qingxi, head manager. I'll entrust all the matters in the star boundary to you. Then, initially, he wanted to bring Hua Qingxi with him as well. After all, she had managed High Heaven Palace for many years. If she went to Void Land, she could continue developing her managerial skills, which would save Yang Kai time and energy. However, she refused. There were still several tens of thousands of disciples in High Heaven Palace, and if she were to leave, the sect would become leaderless. Therefore, she insisted on staying here, and Yang Kai respected her wishes. Fortunately, second manager Bian Yuqing was willing to come with him. With her managing Void Land, Yang Kai could rest assured. With a solemn expression, Hua Qingxi replied, "Palace Master, don't worry. This mistress will take good care of High Heaven Palace and the Star Boundary." Yang Kai said with a smile, "Don't let your duties hold up your cultivation. We'll meet again in the outer universe one day." Although he had brought many people with him, he had also left behind a large amount of resources for those who would remain. Many of the resources he had obtained in the outer universe were not suitable for the cultivators in the Star Boundary. But that didn't mean all of them weren't. On top of that, there were already a lot of resources in the Star Boundary that hadn't been discovered. Over the past 2 months, when the applicants were being filtered, Yang Kai didn't sit idly in his home. He had gone out and explored all of the Star Boundary to look for cultivation resources. With the help of these resources and with the world tree strengthening the Star Boundary and repairing its world principles, he believed that many powerful cultivators would emerge in the Star Boundary in the near future. The Star Boundary was like the rear base for Void Land that could continuously provide talented people. The only shortcoming was that the two places were quite far apart. "Palace Master, I'll not disappoint you. And I'll take my leave now." Yang Kai stepped forward and leaped into the air. On the ground, Hua Qingxi saluted him in an elegant manner. "Safe travels, Palace Master." In Ice Snow City, countless people shouted, "Safe travels, Senior Void." Yang Kai turned his head and gently waved his hand at them. Following that, he took one step forward and disappeared. This time, he hadn't only brought with him 600,000 cultivators who were experts in different areas, but also many Emperor Realm Masters. In the Northern Territory, the top cultivators from High Heaven Palace included Yu Rumeng, Su Yan, Xianing Chong, Shui Yu, Shan Qing Luo, Xiao Xiao, Lu Yan, and Qiong Qi. There were also Gui Zhu, Qi Yu, Aio, Bian Yuqing, and the others who were all Emperor Realm Masters. Top cultivators from Ice Heart Valley included Bing Yun, Ji Yao, and Ruo Yun, and Sun Yun Xiu. There were also Li Jiao from Fire Dragon Palace and Mi Qi from Full Sky Sect. In addition, there were also top cultivators from Serene Soul Palace in the Eastern Territory as well as Star Soul Palace and Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. Besides them, there were also the 3 Divine Venerables and their Monster Kings from the ancient Wildlands as well as the Stone Spirit Clan and Wood Spirit Clan members. It could be said that besides the masters in the auxiliary professions, all the most powerful cultivators from the Star Boundary had also gathered together in the small sealed world, to say nothing of the fact that the great emperors were also among them. This time, Yang Kai had practically hollowed out the heritage of the Star Boundary. However, the World Tree was rapidly repairing the Star Boundary, so the remaining cultivators would be able to grow significantly alongside the universe world in a short period of time, as they bore witness to the rise of the reborn Star Boundary. Following the Star Boundary's vigorous growth, many new top cultivators would emerge. A moment later, Yang Kai appeared in the periphery of the Star Boundary. Lu Shui and the others, who had been standing guard in this place, hurriedly moved forward and cupped their fists. "Sir!" Yang Kai nodded before turning to look at one of them. "Hey he! I have a task for you." "Sir, please give the order." Hey he sported a solemn expression. "Remain here and safeguard this universe world's safety. If you dare to slack off, the punishment will be severe." Despite the fact that he was reluctant to take up this task, he still had to agree to it, so he nodded and declared, "I'll not disappoint you." Although he was much stronger than Yang Kai, he had left his name and aura on the loyalty list. Hence, he couldn't disobey this order. Otherwise, Yang Kai could just scratch his name out using Xieji's horn. which would kill him on the spot. Xianxia had swept up almost all the top masters from the star boundary, so he had to leave someone here to protect the universe world. After all, Voidland was far away from the star boundary, and there wasn't a way for the two places to communicate with each other quickly. If the star boundary fell into danger, he wouldn't be able to provide assistance. He was a powerful fifth-order open heaven realm master, so with him standing guard here, he should be able to deal with most of the difficulties. With that said, Xianxia knew that even though he immediately agreed to this order, he likely wasn't sincere. The reason he took on this task was that he was restricted by the loyalty list. With a faint smile, Xianxia decided to sweeten the deal. 500 years. You'll just have to stay here for 500 years. As long as you don't make any mistakes, I'll return your freedom to you. I swear it upon my Dao seal. Hearing that, he was stunned before he appeared pleasantly surprised. Hurriedly, he cupped his fists and replied, "Many thanks, sir. This will definitely do everything in his power to ensure the safety of this universe world." As a fifth-order open heaven realm master, 500 years was neither too long nor too short for him, so he could wait. Moreover, Xianxia had sworn upon his Dao seal, so he would surely keep his promise. Then, Xianxia told him to fish out his own star chart and marked the location of Voidland on the chart. If he came across any unresolvable crisis, he should immediately head to Voidland and inform him about it. Naturally, he agreed to it respectfully. After all the arrangements were made, Xianxia turned his head to look at the gigantic tree in the star boundary for a moment before he flew off in a particular direction. Since he had dealt with the matters in the star boundary, it was time he headed to the new demon realm. When he left in the past, he separated the demon realm's territories from the small sealed world and formed a new demon realm. The embodiment was left there to take charge of it, and presently, there were still many demons living in that place, which included the demon Saint Bei Liemo and demon dragon Xianxia. He didn't intend to bring the demons to Voidland as, after the two worlds' great war, countless humans and demons had lost their lives, forging a blood feud between the two that was unresolvable. If he brought the demons to Voidland, there might be some unwanted conflicts. Nevertheless, he could bring Bei Liemo and Xianxia with him. One of them was a demon saint while the other had a dragon clan bloodline. Since both of them were already on demon saint level masters, they had to jump out of their universe world if they wanted to continue their cultivation. The new demon realm and the star boundary were in the same great territory. At that time, in order to prevent the people from these two places coming into contact with each other, Xianxia chose a place that was far from the star boundary before separating the territories from the small sealed world. However, given his current understanding of the outer universe, Xianxia realized that the two universe worlds were not really that far apart. A few days later, he passed through a large area of void and looked around. Then he appeared doubtful. If he wasn't mistaken, the newly formed demon realm should be here, but once he reached his destination, the demon realm was nowhere to be seen. Xianxia was puzzled and even doubted that he might have gotten the location wrong. The new demon realm had taken the form of Gun, but it was a universe world after all, so it wasn't supposed to move easily. Has something happened? Xianxia suddenly had a bad premonition. Then he emptied his mind and sensed his surroundings. Embodiment was in charge of the demon realm, and the two of them had an unbreakable connection. As long as they were not too far apart, they could detect one another. A moment later, Xianxia turned around and shot forward in a particular direction. A few days later, Xianxia's trio had already crossed billions of kilometers and he could feel that he was getting closer to the demon realm. All of a sudden, Lu Shui exclaimed, "Sir, there's something going on over there." She was more powerful than Xianxia, so her eyesight and perception were also stronger than his. That was how she could discover things before he could. Xianxia turned to look at her and asked, "What's going on?" "There's a ship chasing after a universe world." Lu Shui sounded uncertain. Having an idea, Xianxia asked with a frown, "What kind of universe world?" With an awkward expression, Lu Shui illustrated, "It looks like a big fish with a rounded tummy." "That's strange. Why is this universe world able to move?" "It's as if it has its own sentience." Xianxia's face sank. A universe world that looked like a fat fish could only be the new demon realm. When he separated the demon realm from the small sealed world in the past, the new demon realm took the form of Gun. That was because Gun was born as the embodiment used the heaven-devouring battle law through the small sealed world. Therefore, the demon realm retained the shape of Gun, and it was for this reason that the embodiment had to be in charge of this place. The relationship between the embodiment and the demon realm was identical to that between Xianxia and the small sealed world. It wasn't easy for other universe worlds to move around, but it was a different case for the new demon realm. With embodiment taking charge, he could move Gun in any direction as he pleased. However, where did that ship come from? Can you find out more about the ship? Xianxia asked in a grim voice. Lu Shui shook her head. It's too far away. I can only faintly see it. This couldn't be helped. The fact that she could discover the ship in her current location was already the best she could do. If she wanted to find out more about the ship, she would have to get closer. After giving it a thought, Xianxia summoned his shadowless veil and covered the three of them. Then they stealthily moved forward. Although the demon realm was moving, its speed wasn't high. The ship behind the demon realm was slowly following it. In just one day, Xianxia's group reached a spot that was about 1,000 kilometers away from the ship. In order to not expose themselves, Xianxia didn't dare to get any closer. Even though Shadowless Veil was not bad, it had its limits. Before finding out whether there were any mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master on the ship, he had to be careful. They were still pretty far apart as there was a distance of 1,000 kilometers, but the view was completely unobscured in the void so they could clearly see what was going on in front of them. After observing it for a moment, Lu Shui said in a solemn voice, Sir, I'm worried that there's at least one mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master aboard that ship. Why do you say so? Xianxia asked. Lu Shui explained, This is a pretty extraordinary ship. Even if a low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master could drive it, it would be a huge burden, one they couldn't shoulder for long. Only a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master could operate such a ship with ease. Xianxia's heart sank. The people in the ship must be ill-intentioned to be chasing after the demon realm. Now, it seemed there was at least one mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master inside the ship. It wouldn't matter if he was in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm or below, as Lu Shui was now a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master as well, so she could deal with him. But what if that person was a 6th Order Master? In that case, even if they summoned He over, they wouldn't be able to defeat the other party. Xianxia wasn't even sure why the ship was pursuing the demon realm. While he was puzzled, Gun's gigantic figure shuddered, whereupon a crack appeared on its back. A person soaked in blood shot out through the crack as a universe world's illusory phantom flashed across his back. Xianxia's expression turned gloomy. That person was apparently an Open Heaven Realm Master, but judging from his small universe's illusory phantom, he was just a low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Other than that, the only thing that was certain was that he wasn't from the demon realm. In other words, the people in the ship were attacking the demon realm. Now, the barrier of the demon realm had broken, and a low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master had passed through it and left. Demon Chi. Lu Shui's expression turned serious, as she could see that the person soaked in blood was engulfed in Demon Chi. Is he from Grand Demon Heaven? Hearing that, Xianxia was astounded. Grand Demon Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens, and it was highly likely that Emoshang was from Grand Demon Heaven. If the people in the ship were really from that great force, things would be thorny. As they spoke, the person soaked in blood had already returned to the ship. The next instant, two figures dashed out of the ship and moved through the crack in Demon Realm before disappearing. I see. It appeared that Lu Shui had realized something, then she said in a hushed voice, Sir, I guess they're trying to devour the principles and world force of that universe world to strengthen their own small universes. What do you mean? Xianxia was flabbergasted. Lu Shui explained, Sir, you're still an Emperor Realm Cultivator, so you're not aware of it, but after one becomes an Open Heaven Realm Master, he or she has to ascend to the next order if he wants to become stronger. However, it's extremely difficult to do that. That will take hundreds, if not thousands, of years of accumulation under normal circumstances. Take this mistress as an example. I ascended to the 4th Order 600 years ago and have been taking Open Heaven pills regularly since then. Nonetheless, there were no signs that I'd achieve a breakthrough. I estimated that it would still take me 100 years before I could reach the 5th Order. Such a long time. Xianxia already knew that it wasn't easy for an Open Heaven Realm Master to reach the next order, but the time it took was longer than he had expected. Lu Shui's aptitude must be excellent, otherwise she couldn't have ascended directly to the fourth order. Hence, it would also take others roughly the same time. Lu Shui went on to say, besides swallowing open heaven pills, there are other ways to strengthen one's small universe. To an open heaven realm master, the richer the heritage of their small universe, the greater a force they can wield. Yang Kai nodded as it wasn't difficult to understand. An open heaven realm master had to make use of the world force, the foundation of which lay in their small universe. The stronger their small universe, the greater the power that they could use. Therefore, after a cultivator ascends to the open heaven realm, the most important thing for them is to continuously increase the heritage of their small universe. Consuming open heaven pills is the most common way, and even though it's slow, it's pretty safe. Apart from that, there's also a more extreme method, which is to devour the principles and world force of a compatible universe world and refine them. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Is it just like what we're seeing? Good. Lu Shui nodded her head. However, there's a downside to this method. That's because the principles of every universe world are different. If a person rashly consumes and refines them, it might have different degrees of impact on their small universe. It won't matter if the impact is negligible. But if the impact is large, it might even decrease a cultivator's power. Therefore, rarely anyone would use this method to increase their strength as it's too risky. But that doesn't mean no one will do it. Sir is correct. If a person can find a universe world that perfectly matches his or her own heritage, there won't be any problems. For example, after you ascend to the open heaven realm, then the best universe world for you to consume is the world you're from. That's because your foundation was built in that world, so that world's principles perfectly match your heritage. Of course, if you really do that, the principles of the world you're from will be broken. The more you swallow, the more unstable that world will become. As time passes, it'll become a dead universe world. A shocked Yang Kai questioned, has anyone done that before? With a solemn expression, Lu Shui nodded, yes, such a thing happened frequently in ancient times. However, it's pretty rare now. One of the reasons is that as long as one isn't an extremely wicked person, they won't do such a thing. After all, even if swallowing the principles of the world they are from helps them grow strong, the amount isn't too significant. Secondly, universe worlds typically have their own great emperors. Although the great emperors are weak by outer universe standards, they have obtained the world's will of their respective universe world and are able to make use of its world force. Therefore, they're like low-rank open heaven realm masters in their own universe world. So, it isn't easy to devour the principles of such a world. Lastly, in the 3,000 worlds, most of the universe worlds are protected by great forces. If a person rashly swallows the principles of a world, it will cause a war. Upon that realization, Yang Kai said, so, a universe world without the protection of a great force is always at risk. The great territory that the star boundary was in was pretty remote, and there weren't any great forces around, so this area was not managed by anyone, which was why it was attractive to some ill-intentioned people. Lu Shui nodded her head. If I'm not mistaken, the principles of that universe world must match well with the small universe of the ship's owner, which is why he's been relentlessly sending his subordinates to invade the universe world. He wants to take control of it. Since he's a mid-rank open heaven realm master, why doesn't he personally make a move? Yang Kai was puzzled. The most powerful people in the demon realm were Embodiment, Xianxia, and Bailiamo. Two of them had received the blessings of the world's will in the demon realm, and the other could display similar power. So they were only as strong as low-rank open heaven realm masters, while their enemy was a mid-rank open heaven realm master. If the ship's owner made a move, those in the demon realm wouldn't be able to resist. Lu Shui explained if he makes a move, he's bound to be involved in a desperate battle. By then, the principles of the universe world might be broken, which won't benefit him. She paused for a moment, then asked, Sir, what does this universe world have to do with you? It was apparent that Yang Kai had come all the way here to look for this universe world. She wasn't a fool, so she had somewhat figured it out. Yang Kai replied bluntly, that universe world is mine. A glint flashed through Lu Shui's eyes. In that case, we can't sit back and do nothing. Now, we have to find out how powerful the ship's owner is. That was a difficult task. Unless they proactively revealed their whereabouts, they couldn't find out the true power of the ship's owner. Guo Ziyin asked, Sir, do you want to summon Heihe? Faced with a formidable enemy, it was better to have 2 fifth-order cultivators than only one. It's too late. Xianxia shook his head. It wasn't certain how long this battle had lasted, and the demon realm was in a perilous situation. Even if they summoned He, it would take him 10 days to arrive. I'll go over, Lu Shui suggested. Xianxia shook his head. No. What if the ship's owner is a 6th-order open heaven realm master? If that is the case, you're basically courting death. Judging from what he's been doing here, whoever this ship's owner is must be a vicious person, one who won't be easy to deal with. Lu Shui, however, replied with a smile. He's focused on that universe world now, so even if he's a 6th-order open heaven realm master, he won't be willing to be held up by me. Furthermore, even if I can't defeat him, I can still run. Sir, you gave me a world fruit, which saved me hundreds of years of cultivation and gave me hope of experiencing the wonders of the high-rank open heaven realm in my lifetime. The favor I owe you is too great to ever be repaid. Now that you're facing a problem, this mistress is willing to do whatever she can to help. After giving it a long thought, Xianxia advised, "You can go, but you have to bring this with you." Then, he gave Lu Shui 2 space beacons and told her how to use them. After a nod, she took them. With these space beacons in possession, even if she came across any danger, it was highly likely that she could flee. Certainly, the prerequisite was that she would use them well. Space beacons were made by Xianxia, and they could only work in pairs. One space beacon was for positioning, and when the other was activated, the user could ignore the restriction of space and pass through the void in an instant. After keeping the space beacons, Lu Shui took the initiative to leave the Shadowless Veil. Although there was a distance of 1,000 kilometers between both parties, such a distance was nothing for mid-rank open heaven realm masters. Therefore, as soon as Lu Shui exposed herself, she felt a formidable divine sense sweeping over her from the ship that was 1,000 kilometers away. World force undulated around her, and it was apparent that she was revealing her power to attract the attention of the ship's owner. Seizing the chance, Xianxia gritted his teeth and stealthily shot towards the demon realm with Guiziyan. In just a stick worth of incense, they reached the crack in the demon realm's world barrier. Turning their heads, they saw Lu Shui calmly landing on the ship. Even though she was a 5th-order open heaven realm master, she had no idea about the true power of her opponent. By rashly entering another person's ship, she was exposing herself to great risk. If that person wanted to harm her, she would fall into a perilous situation. Knowing that she was trying to help him distract the enemy, Xianxia stopped hesitating and plunged into the demon realm. From the outside, the demon realm looked like a strange-looking fish, but the space inside it was expansive. Upon entering it, Xianxia could feel that world force was fluctuating violently, and the entire demon realm seemed to be trembling. At the same time, a familiar aura connected with him. It was none other than Embodiment's aura. Embodiment was born after Xianxia infused his soul clone into a stone spirit, so it could be said that Embodiment was his soul clone. Just like how Xianxia was able to detect Embodiment within a certain range, Embodiment could do the same. Upon sensing Xianxia's presence, Embodiment hurriedly activated his divine sense and sent him some messages. Xianxia went through them and immediately understood what was going on. After Xianxia left behind the newly born demon realm, Embodiment took charge of it, assisted by Bei Liemo and Chang Tian. Afterwards, the demon realm went through a rapid development. Initially, everything was going well. However, just half a year ago, an unwelcome guest arrived at the periphery of the demon realm. The unwelcome guest was the ship Xianxia had seen earlier. After some probing, the people from the ship started attacking the demon realm. Certainly, Embodiment wouldn't sit back and wait for death, so he joined forces with Bei Liemo and Chang Tian to oppose these enemies. At the same time, he had Gun flee. The pursuit went on for several months. Embodiment, Chang Tian, and Bei Liemo were far weaker than the open heaven realm master invaders. However, their status in the demon realm was equivalent to that of the great emperors in the star boundary. With the territorial advantage, they could mobilize the world force of the demon realm and match the prowess of low-rank open heaven realm masters. By relying on the heritage of the demon realm, Embodiment and the others were able to resist their enemies. Nevertheless, their enemies were difficult to deal with as there were many people on their side. Although Embodiment and the demon realm masters had injured many of the other party, they were not able to kill even a single person. On the other hand, Their enemies were taking turns to wear them down. As soon as someone was injured, they would immediately flee and let their companions replace them. That was the reason Xianxia saw a blood-soaked low-rank open heaven realm master fleeing from the demon realm earlier. After all, Embodiment and the others were too weak to stop a low-rank open heaven realm master from leaving. There were 3 people in the demon realm who had power on par with demon saints, so their enemies would always make sure there were 5 low-rank open heaven realm masters to suppress them. Presently, Embodiment was still able to fight. After all, he was a stone spirit who did not know fatigue. On the other hand, Changtian and Bailey Mo were exhausted and were already on their last legs. If Xianxia hadn't come, they would only have lasted for another month at best. By then, the demon realm would be occupied and their lives would be at the mercy of their enemies. It only took Xianxia a short moment to go through all this information, and upon learning about the current situation in the demon realm, he grinned. After the shadowless veil was put away, he and Guiziyen were revealed. Following that, he waved his hand, whereupon a figure appeared before his eyes. The person was none other than Yu Rumeng. She still appeared to be in a groggy state as she wondered why Xianxia let her out so soon, but she quickly realized that she was now in the demon realm. After all, she was a demon saint born in the demon realm who had obtained the world's will of this place, so she was closely connected to this world. Upon realizing that something was off, she furrowed her brows. Xianxia briefly told her what was going on in the demon realm, and her eyes began burning with rage as her murderous intent surged. After appeasing her, Xianxia secretly communicated with Embodiment for a bit. Then, he informed Yu Rumeng and Guiziyen about his plan, to which the 2 of them nodded solemnly. The next moment, an invisible force engulfed them. As space principles undulated, the 3 of them disappeared. At the same time, in a battlefield that was several 100,000 kilometers away, Embodiment, Bailey Mo, and Changtian were separated by 5 low-rank open heaven realm masters as they waged a life-and-death battle. Embodiment was now the owner of the demon realm, and he had mastered Wu Kuang's heaven-devouring battle law. Moreover, he didn't have any flesh, so he knew no pain or tiredness. Therefore, he was the strongest among the 3 of them. Presently, he was facing 2 low-rank open heaven realm masters. He continuously roared and activated world force to battle against these 2 low-rank masters, horrifying his opponents as he seemed ready to sacrifice his life to kill them. On the other hand, Bailey Mo was held up by a petite woman, and she was unable to get rid of her. The woman was also a low-rank open heaven realm master, and even though they were in a one-on-one fight, the woman was still at an advantage. After all, Bailey Mo had been fighting against the enemies for months without rest, exhausting and injuring her greatly. Presently, her face was extremely pale, and her body was covered in blood. Her disheveled hair made her look quite miserable. As for her opponent, she was like a cat toying with a cornered rat, clearly intent on wearing Bailey Mo down even further. Compared to Bailey Mo's relatively less dangerous battle, however, Changtian was in a perilous situation. Just like Embodiment, he was faced with 2 low-rank open heaven realm masters, and his enemies seemed determined to kill him as they continuously attacked with lethal moves. Changtian had transformed into his true form. A ferocious and gigantic demon dragon was swimming through the sky, his eyes that were as big as 2 houses completely bloodshot. His sharp dragon claws were broken, and many of his dragon scales had fallen off. His extremely heavy dragon blood fell onto the ground and formed countless pits. The 3 of them, who held the status of demon saints, were intentionally separated, making it obvious that their enemies intended to divide and kill them. After they killed Changtian, these 2 low-rank cultivators could go over to help their companions. By then, both Embodiment and Bailey Mo would be powerless to fend off their enemies. Knowing that he was the key to the survival of the demon realm, Changtian went all out as he madly burned his blood essence. The world seemed to have paled as the auras of world force clashed with one another. The battlefield was surrounded by void cracks, and with the battlefield as the center, the world principles within a radius of several 100,000 kilometers were broken. Despite the fact that Changtian had done his best, there didn't seem to be any hope of winning. His eyelids became increasingly heavy, and he was running out of energy. He was already in the twilight of his life before this battle happened. Before the demon realm was devoured in the past, he already had his eyes on Xianxia, who was forced to go to Hundred Spirits Continent, wanting to make him his successor. If he still had a long life to enjoy, he wouldn't have had this kind of idea. He was basically burning his own vitality to sustain himself in this battle, and once it was over, regardless of the outcome, he would lose his life within a short period of time. A moment of distraction revealed an opening in Xianxia's defense, and the two low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had sharp eyesight, so they would never let this chance slip through their fingers. One of them ran his hand across his blade and seemed to merge with it. After turning into a ray of light, he charged towards Xianxia's chest. The sword light flashed and disappeared the next instant, while Xianxia's dragon scales flew off and dragon blood splattered everywhere as a sword pierced right into his chest. Xianxia widened his eyes and clenched his chest muscles. Eventually, he managed to stop the sword before it reached his heart. He grunted in pain and raised his dragon claws in order to rip at his own chest. Just then, the other low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master shouted and wielded his halberd, intercepting the huge dragon claws. Tom seemed to have frozen at this moment. Two humans and one dragon were locked in a life-or-death struggle. Xianxia's whiskers flapped in the air as he roared and madly drew upon the world force of the demon realm. Knowing that they were at the most critical moment, the two low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters focused all their strength into their attacks. Xianxia was unable to move his dragon claws, but the sword in his flesh was slowly advancing towards his heart. As the sword moved forward, the piercing sound of a weapon squeezing through flesh was heard. All of a sudden, Xianxia widened his eyes and looked over his enemies in shock, as though he was seeing something inconceivable. His originally listless gaze beamed with a glow. At the same time, the two low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who were in a deadlock with Xianxia were terrified as they felt chills running down their spines. The sword-holding low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master hurriedly turned his head, only to see a burly man appearing behind him with a huge axe. Following a grin, the man directly hacked at him with his weapon. The low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was horrified. The attack was menacing, and judging from the aura of the man's world force, he was clearly a third-order Open Heaven Realm Master. The one being attacked was also a third-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Where did this guy come from? Engulfed in the aura of death, the sword-wielding man quickly attempted to withdraw his blade in to defend himself. However, his sword was stuck in Xianxia's flesh, so it was difficult for him to withdraw it swiftly. Left with no choice, he abandoned his sword and performed a hand seal before raising both of his palms. The small universe's illusory phantom flashed across his back as the world force surged out. Following a loud boom, he was struck by the axe and immediately turned pale and sprayed out a blood mist. He could feel that his small universe was trembling violently, and the weltering vitality in his chest made him feel like throwing up. Normally, he wouldn't have ended up in such a pitiful state after just one attack. After all, he was just as powerful as Guaziyan. However, he was unable to use his full strength or primary weapon as he was struck with a sneak attack. Given the fact that he could only hastily parry the attack, he was extremely lucky that he hadn't been killed on the spot. After getting struck by an immense force coming from the front, he was sent flying backwards and crashed into Xianxia, bouncing away before falling to the ground like a leaf blown about by a storm hoe. Following a dragon roar, Xianxia opened his great maw, which was full of fangs that were as sharp as blades. As endless darkness descended as he bit into the fallen man's head. His skull broke apart as the headless corpse fell from midair and blood started spurting out of the wound on his neck. In the blink of an eye, a third-order Open Heaven Realm Master had lost his life. The turn of events was so sudden that, before his companion could come to his senses, he was already killed. Xianxia didn't know who Guaziyan was, but since he had saved him at the most critical moment, he naturally wasn't a foe. After killing one person, Xianxia relentlessly spat out a dragon breath at the other low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. The dragon breath contained a power that could destroy the heavens and shatter the earth. Usually, this man wouldn't have cared about it. However, while he was being attacked by the dragon breath, Guaziyan also hacked at him with his axe. World force rumbled. This person's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly swung his halberd to fend off Xianxia's breath. Then, he surged his own world force and filled his weapon with it before parrying the attack from Guaziyan. Following a loud clang, The world trembled and appeared to be on the brink of falling apart. Both were third-order open heaven realm masters, so neither of them could defeat the other party in a frontal exchange. Guo Ziyan shuddered slightly as his face flushed. On the other hand, the other third-order open heaven realm master did a backflip and turned around in midair before shooting towards the sky. He was clever as he knew that he wasn't a match for Chang Tian and Guo Ziyan, since the two of them had joined forces. If this battle dragged on, he would also lose his life. Therefore, he decided to leave and inform the others on the ship. As for his three other companions, he was unable to lend them a hand. However, after he turned around, he saw an alluring woman looking smilingly at him. As their eyes met, the woman's gaze radiated a shocking glow, as though it had turned into a huge swirl that seemed able to suck his soul into the endless abyss. At that moment, he began hallucinating, but he could still hear the noises coming from the battlefield. Such a powerful illusion technique! This man was stunned. He could sense that this woman was just an Emperor realm cultivator, but the illusion secret technique she used far exceeded what an ordinary emperor could execute, which was why he, a third-order open heaven realm master, accidentally fell into it. She must be a cultivator who focuses on cultivating her soul. Break! He bellowed as his divine sense surged out, whereupon the illusion collapsed. Yu Meng grunted upon impact. Having her illusion secret technique forcefully broken, she naturally suffered backlash. Her face instantly turned ashen, and she started staggering. Furthermore, blood started dripping from the corner of her eyes. Given her strength, even though she had the blessing of the demon realm, it was extremely difficult for her to deal with a third-order open heaven realm master using an illusion technique. Nevertheless, this brief moment was enough. Although she couldn't stop the enemy from fleeing, she managed to hold him up for a breath's time. And in battle, a breath's time could determine whether a person would live or die. All of a sudden, a gigantic dragon claw descended and grabbed the man. As the grip became increasingly tighter, this person appeared to be in excruciating pain as cracking sounds were heard coming from his body. Turning his head, he saw that Chang Tian, who was sent flying away earlier by his halberd sweep, came back with a blood-soaked figure and restricted him with all his might. On the other hand, Guo Ziyan descended from the sky like a falling meteorite and hacked at him with his axe. Feeling the rich murderous intent, the person felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. He wielded his halberd and slashed at Chang Tian's arm. The attack was so forceful that it almost broke Chang Tian's arm, but he stubbornly refused to let his opponent go as he allowed his dragon blood to spurt out. Some of his bones seemed to have broken, but he still clasped both of his claws together to fully restrict the enemy's movements. There was no way this person could flee. In despondence, he stared at the axe that was about to reach him. As the weapon flashed across his eyes, he could no longer feel anything. Since Guo Ziyan's appearance, two third-order open heaven realm masters had lost their lives in just over 10 breaths' time. However, Chang Tian felt as if 10 million years had passed. After the second enemy was killed before his eyes, his gigantic figure fell to the ground and shrunk as he turned back into human form, his aura withering rapidly. In fact, when the first third-order open heaven realm master was killed, the others on the battlefield also became aware of it. The expression of the woman who was holding Bei Li Mo up changed drastically, but before she could find out what had happened, she saw a figure mysteriously appearing before her eyes. Astounded, she quickly examined that person, but upon realizing that he was just an Emperor Realm Junior, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, the disheveled Bei Li Mo exclaimed in surprise, "Yang Kai!" The person who had come to lend her a hand was none other than Yang Kai. This was the plan he had come up with after a discussion with Embodiment. The reason was that Bei Li Mo's opponent wasn't powerful, as she was only in the second-order open heaven realm. Given Yang Kai's current abilities, he could deal with her. Bei Li Mo was pleasantly surprised at first, but soon the color drained from her face as she shouted, "Leave now! This person is as powerful as Great Demon God. We're unable to defeat her." As though he hadn't heard her, Yang Kai extended his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. Following a dragon roar, he impassively said, "So what if she's as powerful as Great Demon God? It's not like I haven't killed him before." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden crow was heard cawing as a great sun suddenly leaped out from his back. At that instant, the world seemed to be trembling. Initially, the second-order open heaven realm master didn't have any regard for Yang Kai, and after he appeared, she nonchalantly tossed an artifact that looked like a handkerchief to cover him, expecting that to be enough to deal with this annoyance. However, as soon as she saw the great sun, she began shuddering and exclaimed, Is that a divine manifestation?" Without hesitation, she flew backwards for several dozen kilometers. Yang Kai had already thrust out his spear. The sun merged with the tip of the spear and struck the handkerchief artifact. In an instant, a huge hole was blown through it, and without losing any momentum, Yang Kai flew across several dozen kilometers in an instant. At that moment, the woman's vision was filled by the golden sun. With a great yell, she madly drew upon her small universe and protected herself with her world force. Hong! The sun disappeared as Yang Kai turned pale, while the second-order woman was sent flying away like a sack. Bei Liamo was dumbfounded as she couldn't believe her eyes. Yang Kai, an Emperor Realm Master, was able to send an enemy she could only look up to flying away, which went to show how insanely powerful he had become. It had to be noted that Yang Kai was a great emperor in the star boundary, so he couldn't receive any of its blessings in the demon realm. The reason he was able to knock his opponent flying was purely thanks to his own power. Has he also reached the realm great demon god was in? While Bei Liamo was in a dazed state, she heard Yang Kai yelling at her, "What are you doing standing around? Kill her now while she's injured." Then, she could see that Yang Kai had already reached the woman in one stride. As he wielded his dragon spear, he sent out innumerable spear shadows that seemed to engulf the woman. An excited Bei Liamo dragged her figure forward and shot towards the battlefield. After she joined forces with Yang Kai, they put the woman in a tight spot and forced her to keep retreating. When Yang Kai showcased his golden crow cast the sun divine manifestation for the first time in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Zhao Baichuan commented that with it he could already battle against a low-rank open heaven realm master, even though he was just an emperor realm cultivator. Although Zhao Baichuan was just a fifth-order open heaven realm master, he had an acute eyesight, and his remark was spot on. Golden Crow casts the sun was incredibly powerful, and even a third-order open heaven realm master wouldn't be able to withstand it without taking serious damage, not to mention that the woman was just in the second order. Upon impact, she became severely injured. However, it took a lot of energy for Yang Kai to use his divine manifestation, so it didn't last long. After the great sun disappeared, Yang Kai's power also shrank significantly. The woman dragged her injured figure and dealt with it with difficulty, but upon realizing that Yang Kai wasn't as powerful as he appeared to be, she set her mind at ease and said through clenched teeth, "Damn brat, I'll kill you." Her resentful eyes seemed to suggest that she was eager to skin Yang Kai alive and drink his blood. The fact that she had been wounded by an Emperor Realm Jr. was humiliating. After sending Bei Liamo flying away, she extended her claw towards Yang Kai. With a pale face, Yang Kai staggered backwards, but he wasn't able to get rid of her attack. Just as her claw was about to reach him, though, Yang Kai suddenly flashed a wicked smile at the woman. His smile was so eerie that the woman felt her chest tightening as she instinctively felt that something terrible was about to happen. The next instant, she saw the spear in Yang Kai's hand disappear and be replaced by a bottle gourd. After the lid was opened, a stream of multicolored light streamed out of the bottle gourd and came at her in all directions. The aura coming from the light made her feel horrified. As though her neck had been clenched by an invisible hand, the woman exclaimed in horror, "Yuan magnetic divine light. A sixth-order Yuan magnetic divine light." No longer having the guts to fight Yang Kai, all she wanted to do was flee. However, she had just closed the distance with him, and they were now only a couple dozen meters apart, so how was she supposed to flee in time? Moreover, as soon as Yang Kai summoned the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd, he pushed his space principles madly. Near distant horizon. In an instant, the local space warped as the Yuan magnetic divine light engulfed the woman in the blink of an eye. A shriek was immediately heard as the divine light slashed across the woman, flaying her skin like a million invisible knives, revealing her red flesh. The small universe's illusory phantom appeared behind her, and the woman madly surged her world force to protect herself and fend off the attack. Unfortunately, she was just a second-order open heaven realm master, so how was she supposed to resist the sixth-order Yuan magnetic divine light? Even though the divine light was of a single element, its order was vastly superior to the woman's elements. In the past, when Xianxia used the divine light in Seven Wonders Land, even third-order open heaven realm masters were not able to resist it for a long time, to say nothing of the fact that this woman was only in the second order. Initially, the small universe behind her was vibrant and full of vitality, but it soon began withering. That was because she had expended too much world force, which damaged the foundation of her small universe. An open heaven realm master's heritage lay within their small universe, so once it was damaged, the impact on them was incalculable. Engulfed in the divine light, the woman was resisting with difficulty. Her small universe was trembling, and it seemed that it would break apart in a few breaths. "Spare me!" The woman parted her lips and begged for mercy. An unfazed Xianxia just stared coldly at her though, determined to end her life. Following a pop, which sounded like a bubble bursting, the small universe behind the woman fell apart and dissipated. As her small universe was washed out by Yuan magnetic divine light, it shattered and broke apart. Her open heaven realm's aura began plummeting as her cultivation regressed from a second-order master to a mere emperor realm cultivator. The next instant, the woman's physique seemed to have been pared by a knife as her flesh fell off layer by layer. Even her 5 viscera and 6 organs turned into the most insignificant dust, leaving a skeleton that still seemed defiant against Xianxia. After Xianxia retracted the divine light, the skeleton cracked and broke into pieces. A dumbfounded Bei Liemo stared dazedly at the bottle gourd in Xianxia's hand, her expression transformed by horror. Even though she wasn't sure what the mysterious light that came out of the bottle gourd was, she knew that it must be a horrifying weapon, otherwise it couldn't have killed an opponent she could only look up to in such a short period of time. When the second-order open heaven realm master lost her life, Guiziyan and Yu Rumeng had also settled their opponents. Both parties killed their respective targets at almost the same time. Without stopping, Guiziyan, Yu Rumeng, and Xianxia shot towards embodiment. Bei Liemo became startled for a moment before following them. Presently, embodiment was battling against 2 people on his own. One of them was a third-order open heaven realm master, while the other was a second-order. He was in a dangerous situation as he had to deal with 2 people at the same time. Cracks had been formed in his figure and the chips scraped off from his body scattered everywhere. The relationship between embodiment and the demon realm was equivalent to that between Xianxia and the small sealed world. In this universe world, he was the ruler who could use a power that far exceeded his own. It could be said that the power embodiment could use was much greater than that of Bei Liemo and Chang Tian, which was why he could persevere for such a long time. When Xianxia and the others appeared, the 2 enemies noticed it and became shocked, wondering where these people had suddenly come out of. In just over 10 breaths' time, their companions had all lost their lives, which horrified them. Seeing as Xianxia and the others were charging towards them like ferocious tigers, they wouldn't dare to remain. After trading glances, they pushed out their palms against embodiment before shooting towards the sky. Embodiment roared and let the attack strike him without dodging. Also, he could madly activate the world force of the demon realm and use it as an invisible cage to trap them. At that instant, the 2 open heaven realm masters were unable to break free immediately, and they appeared to be in a despairing state. Before they could escape their predicament, Xianxia and the others had reached them, thereby making them unable to flee. The following battle tilted heavily in one party's favor. Guiziyan alone was able to deal with the third-order open heaven realm master, while the other second-order open heaven realm master was no match for Xianxia and his companions. Just 1 hour later, the battle ended. Still reeling from shock, Bei Liemo panted heavily. It was the first time she directly battled against open heaven realm masters, and despite the fact that she could mobilize the world force of the demon realm, she still couldn't see any hope of defeating her opponent earlier. At the outset of the 2 worlds' Great War's final battle, she had been knocked out by Xianxia, so she had never fought with Great Demon God. That was the reason she hadn't experienced the true might of an open heaven realm master before. If it weren't because her opponent wanted to toy with her without trying to kill her directly, she would have lost her life by now. Up until this point, she still didn't understand what kind of realm these people were in and why they were so powerful. Yu Rumeng's face was also pale. Just now, She cast an illusion technique to deal with a third-order open heaven realm master, and after her technique was broken, she suffered a serious backlash. On the other hand, Yang Kai and Guiziyen were far better off. The former had an extremely firm foundation while the latter was powerful. Hence, they could easily deal with this kind of situation. However, after the war that had lasted for months, the world principles in a radius of several 100,000 kilometers of this place had been broken, and countless mountains had been crushed. This area had practically turned into a purgatory. Such an epic battle had caused some serious damage to the foundation of the demon realm, and without hundreds if not thousands of years it would be impossible to recover. The third-order open heaven realm master had been killed by Yang Kai and Guiziyen, while the second-order open heaven realm master was on his last breath. Presently, all his strength had been restricted. With a pale face, he was kneeling on the ground. Guiziyen was holding an axe that radiated a cold glint at his neck. Yang Kai calmly walked over and looked down at him in a condescending manner. The person shuddered and pleaded in a shaking voice, Sir, please spare my life. I was forced to do this. Please don't kill me." Yang Kai directly landed a kick on him which caused him to collapse to the ground and pressed his foot against the man's chest. Then he exerted more force with his foot, whereupon the sounds of bones cracking were heard coming from the man's chest. Feeling an excruciating pain, the man despaired. "Answer my questions. If you dare speak nonsense, I'll make you beg for death." Yang Kai glared at him. His hideous expression was that of a savage thug. Suppressing his fear and pain, the man hurriedly nodded. A moment later, Yang Kai finally figured out what was going on. Just like what Lu Shui had speculated, the ship's owner was indeed a mid-rank open heaven realm master. However, he was only in the 5th order, not the 6th order. Furthermore, this 5th order open heaven realm master was severely wounded. Yang Kai was still doubtful earlier. Since the ship's owner was a mid-rank open heaven realm master and he coveted the principles and world force of the demon realm, why didn't he personally make a move? If he did so, no one in the demon realm could go against him. The reason Lu Shui gave him was that the might of the mid-rank open heaven realm was too terrifying, and if he accidentally destroyed the principles in the demon realm, they wouldn't be beneficial to him. That was the reason he kept sending his subordinates to suppress those in the demon realm. However, now it seemed that her speculation was off. The real reason was that the mid-rank open heaven realm master was seriously injured and it wasn't convenient for him to make a move. The ship's owner was called Old Ancestor Mou, and he was the sect master of Black Feather Sect, which occupied a spirit province in a somewhat distant Great Territory, so it could be said that he was a big shot. Mou was in the 5th order open heaven realm, which was equivalent to Qi Qiao Heavenly Monarch, and he had several mid-rank open heaven realm masters as his subordinates. Hence, Black Feather Sect could be considered a somewhat powerful second-class great force. The sect master was a savage person, and many of his disciples were also ferocious rogues. 1 year ago, one of Mou's favorites' descendants was out for a walk in a certain star city with his subordinates when he laid eyes on a woman and began tailing her. After she left the star city, he stopped her with the intent to violate her modesty. Certainly, the woman wouldn't let him have his way, and she had many bodyguards as well, so the two parties argued before clashing with one another. After the battle, all of the woman's bodyguards were killed, and she was kidnapped by this young lord as they returned to Black Feather Sect. It wasn't the first time this young lord had kidnapped women, and usually he wasn't held accountable. Unfortunately for him, this time, the woman he targeted had an extraordinary identity. She was the childhood sweetheart as well as the fiancée of a young pavilion master from a second-class great force, Rising Heavens Pavilion. Black Feather Sect and Rising Heavens Pavilion were situated in the same great territory, and they were not on good terms. Their respective disciples often clashed with one another outside of the sects, and there would be people losing their lives every year, so irresolvable grudges had been formed between the two parties. Upon learning that his fiancée had been kidnapped by the debauched young lord, the young pavilion master of Rising Heavens Pavilion was so incensed that his eyes turned bloodshot. Naturally, he had to storm into Black Feather Sect to get his revenge. Not only was his son's fiancée's virtue and life at risk, Rising Heavens Pavilion's face was also at stake, which was why the pavilion master was infuriated as well. Usually, there were some small conflicts between the two sects, where not many of their disciples lost their lives. so they could still begrudgingly coexist. However, this incident could never be tolerated. Moreover, the woman wasn't ordinary in her own right. Since she could get engaged to a young pavilion master, she naturally also came from a powerful family. In fact, she came from a neighboring great territory and was the daughter of the leader of another second-class great force, Flying Flower Boat. This time, she had received her mother's order to head to Rising Heaven's Pavilion to discuss some matters. It could be said that the young Lord of Black Feather Sect's one act had managed to offend two great forces at the same time. Upon receiving the news, the leader of Flying Flower Boat was livid and immediately mobilized her forces to barge into the neighboring great territory. And so, a great war was ignited. Since Rising Heaven's Pavilion and Flying Flower Boat had joined forces, there was no way that Black Feather Sect could defeat them despite the fact that they had a rich heritage. If it were a normal conflict, there would have been some room for negotiation. However, this matter was deeply related to the two sects' reputations, so there was no way to de-escalate. The only way to settle this was with blood. After resisting with difficulty for half a year, the grand array of Black Feather Sect was broken, which was followed by a horrifying close-quarters melee. Countless disciples from Black Feather Sect lost their lives. An old ancestor Mou became battered and was forced to flee from his sect. He was seriously wounded in that battle, and even now he hadn't recovered. Of course, the leaders of Rising Heaven's Pavilion and Flying Flower Boat wouldn't let Mou off. So the two great forces divided their troops and began pursuing their hated enemy. 2 years had passed since that epic battle. During this period of time, those from Rising Heaven's Pavilion and Flying Flower Boat had been relentlessly hunting Mou, giving him no time to recuperate and forcing him to choke down his anger and grievances. Left with no choice, he could only keep running. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arrived in this far-off great territory. The great territory that the Star Boundary and the Demon Realm were in was an extremely remote area in the known 3,000 worlds. It was an area with little to no valuable resources, so rarely would anyone visit this place. Usually, old ancestor Mou wouldn't bother to come to such a backwater place. However, he had no other choice as he was on the run. As he wandered around this great territory, he accidentally discovered the Demon Realm and became elated. That was because he could sense that the principles and world force of this universe world matched almost perfectly with his own small universe. If he could devour this universe world, he could heal his injuries and even strengthen himself somewhat. Even if he couldn't get his revenge, he would stand a greater chance of fleeing. Certainly, he didn't have any regard for a mere universe world, so he sent his subordinates to suppress it. However, the fierce resistance from Embodiment and the others was beyond his expectation. A few months had passed, but he still couldn't seize control of it. That was when Yang Kai and his companions appeared. Upon hearing this man's explanation, Yang Kai frowned as he hadn't expected that there was so much going on behind the incident. "Sir, I've told you everything I know. Please spare my life." The Second Order Open Heaven Realm Master clearly feared death, so after he was done with his explanation, he kept begging with a terrified expression.